Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause to Michelle. She's the shy, silent type. Shy, silent type. Oh, here's the podium. All right, go ahead.
Hitting the podium. I did just want to make a really quick announcement because I understand that there is a IC3 pre-conference workshop next door at a Bonnie school. So if you are a counselor here that is intending to attend the pre-conference workshop, that is next door, I understand. Otherwise, this is going to be the classroom. This is the IC3 Presidential Forum. Are you all in the right place? Awesome. Okay, well, I am Michelle Whittingham, the Associate Vice Chancellor of Enrollment Management at UC Santa Cruz, and we are super excited to get started. So I think we will have Craig come up and introduce this absolutely beautiful choir, and we are going to have a terrific day together. Thank you.
Thank you. So I wonder, when there's a conference going on in one building and another building, and then someone stands up and says, "Are you in the right building?" I want to know who's the person that says, "No, I'm in the wrong building." But if you are in the wrong building, don't leave yet. You want to hear this, and then you can kind of secretly leave and go over to Ambani and be in the right building. Our middle school kids are here. They've been pulled out of class. So what we are going to do is we are going to begin like the American School of Bombay begins most of our auspicious events. We're going to light the diya. For those of you who are not familiar with the Indian, Hindu, Buddhist, Jain, Sikh tradition, or probably any religious symbol of light, we're going to light the diya to take away the darkness, to take away the ignorance, and to allow for wisdom and light to enter our conference. So I would like to ask Rupa, Ganesh, Michelle, Fiona Reynolds to come forward, and we'll light the diya, and then I'll say a few more words. There definitely is power in ritual. I feel wiser and more enlightened already, and I know that the conference and the week is going to have that and hold that for all of you. So, Lindsay Boyd, Miss Lindsay Boyd, our middle school choir director, and our middle schoolers, I turn it over to you.
Bedia kaboko bande no koro ke jo sala ke he kaha jo kaya lo pepere dare vo ake he kaha parko ne kire hi e parinte unke chunenge आसमान आसमान आसमान
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the American School of Bombay, we want to welcome you to our conference. Everything that we do at ASB, we try to start off with the voices of children in the room, because these children right here will be graduating from high school in 2025 to 2028, and we are all here to make sure that what's available to them when they graduate is going to be spectacular. So thank you again to our singers. We have a day of learning ahead of us, but as schools, there's two things that we are sort of responsible for. One is learning, and the second is safety. So we're going to play for you just a short 3-minute video that tells you a little bit about ASB and ways that we want to keep you all safe. So please attend to the video now. Thank you.
Welcome to the American School of Bombay. Before we begin our event, I would like to draw your attention to a few guidelines and request you to follow them. This will ensure a smooth and secure experience for all of us and make your time at ASB more enjoyable. General guidelines. Carry one government or organizational issued photo ID card for registration. Please cooperate with ASB security for entry and exit formalities and checks. Please wear your ASB-issued ID at all times while on campus. Electronic devices will be checked by switching on the device before entry into the campus. During an emergency evacuation, head to the emergency, well-marked exits, and follow the instructions of our security personnel. Do not use the elevators during an emergency. ASB is a nut-free school. Please do not bring any nuts or products containing nuts inside the school campus. Smoking and alcohol consumption is not permitted anywhere on ASB campus. We do not provide any luggage storage facilities. Kindly do not bring any extra luggage. Park your vehicle in an allocated space in the parking lot. Child safety guidelines. ASB is committed to safeguarding processes that protect students and ensures child safety. Please use the washrooms marked as adult. Please move around only in designated spaces within the school. photo and video guidelines. Photos and videos cannot be taken of the facade of the building, especially entrances and exits or any security cabins, security devices, or cameras, etc. Photographs and videos should not be geotagged. Please use your discretion and sensitivity while shooting. Do not capture poses or actions that you would be uncomfortable with. Prior written permissions are required before capturing pictures and videos of ASB children other than your own. Think before you post pictures on social media. Check photos thoroughly with regard to the above points before uploading. Internet guidelines. The internet access provided to you at ASB is monitored, and therefore, please use it judiciously. All devices connecting to the ASB network must have the latest licensed software and security updates. Users connected to ASB network must follow the ASB Responsible Use Policy. Thank you so much for your attention. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to reach out to any of our team of organizers, tech support members, marshals, security, or the help desk. They will be more than happy to answer your questions and assist you. Thank you and enjoy your time at ASB.
Welcome to the American School of Bombay, everybody, and namaste. It's a pleasure to have you. So the story that I'm going to share very quickly is familiar to many of you, and it's told in many different ways. My version of the story for today goes something like this. Once upon a time, Lord Shiva and his wife were wondering which of their two sons was wiser. So they gave them a task. They said, why don't you go and run around your world? Get around your universe as quickly as you can and come home. Karthik was very excited. He said, on your marks, get set, and go. And Karthik ran as fast as he could all the way around the planet Earth and came back and said, that's how wise I am, that's how fast I am, mission accomplished. Ganesha was sitting there looking at his brother sweat, looking at his watch, saying, that took a long time. Really? That's your world? Ganesha got up and he slowly meandered and walked around his parents. And he said, Mom and Dad, you are my world. I have circled you. And Karthik, I think I won the competition. And at that point, Lord Shiva anointed Ganesha as Lord of Wisdom, Lord of Knowledge, and the first Lord in India that we call upon to remove obstacles. For those of you who don't live in India, you have chosen a very auspicious time to come visit us, and also the worst time with traffic. The next couple of weeks are all about Ganesha and Gampati and immersion and celebration and hopes and dreams, much like what this conference is about. Before I turn this over to our Ganesh, I thought I would share with you, that's right, you saw how I did that? Kind of Ganesh. Our Ganesh is definitely going to be charged at the end of this conference to continue to remove obstacles, to continue with his team to be wise, and to find ways for us all to be more effective as we run around the world for our children. I want to share 3 small points or small anecdotes with you because right now in this room we should have principals, heads of schools, directors of admission, and I just want to plant 3 things in your head as you move through the conference. I want you to come back to these things, and maybe at the end I can try and pull these together if I get a few minutes. Number 1, I have often said to the community at the American School of Bombay, both faculty and parents, and even to students, and I'll say it again here. If the American School of Bombay had our children from the age of 3 all the way through college age, you notice how I don't say college, university age. If we had our children with us for that duration of time, the American School of Bombay would probably not do 25% of what we currently do. So in other words, the 25% that we are doing is because we live in an ecosystem that demands certain alignment and certain compromises, perhaps, on what we feel is best for kids in order for them to exist in a larger ecosystem. So in other words, we have compromised what we believe to be the most relevant, student-centered decisions just because our kids leave and go to other schools in middle school, our kids arrive in 7th grade, and our children go to university. That's the first just drop I want to put into your buckets. What are we doing that we wouldn't be doing if we controlled the entire pathway of a child's education? Number 2, recently a friend of mine, it's my new high school principal. My new high school principal, Mr. Wild, was sharing with me a story. And he said once upon a time, when he worked at a different school in a different country at a different time, most of their high school kids were already, this is like 20 years ago, were already taking individualized pathways in high school and following their dreams into university, and their IB students was maybe 10%. Maybe 10% of their kids were doing the IB. That changed overnight when an IB coordinator / high school counselor said the best path to college is to do the IB. Just by saying that, they killed many of the pathways and the passion projects and the dreaming that existed with kids and families, because they were willing to, once again, compromise that for the easiest, most effective way into universities. Nothing against that counselor. At 20 years ago, maybe that school in that time in that place, that was the truth. I don't know. But what I do know is the power that certain people in our organizations have, that when they say things, it absolutely shuts down pathways and it opens up other ones that aren't necessarily the best for those children. So take my number 1 point, what are we doing that we wouldn't be doing if we were going to continue to do what's best for kids? Number 2, the power in this room. The power in our counselors' offices. No matter how powerful I think I am, my parents and kids and juniors and seniors go straight to our counselors and say, what do you think I should do to get into my university of choice? And regardless of what Mr. Johnson says, I lose on that. That's my second thing. Power and responsibility of the people in this room and the people over in Ambani right now. And the third thing I want to say is to share, a couple years ago, my board of trustees gave me a sabbatical. They said, Craig, go away for a year and do a couple things, hire some teachers, go to some conferences. But we want you to do one more thing. We would like you to spend some of your sabbatical time visiting 25 to 35 of the universities that our children are most attracted to. I said, wow, this is a great idea. I'm on sabbatical. I don't have to compress this down to a week. I can kind of spread it out through the course of the year. So I thought maybe we should make a documentary. So I reached out to 7 other heads of school, and I said, what do you say? I'm on sabbatical. Let's hire a writer. Let's hire a film team, and will follow me around as I visit 25 to 35 of the universities. By the way, the ones I visited are the ones you all wished you would have visited. These are the ones that our kids and our families and our faculty aspire to be part of. And what we'll do is the documentary will follow the following thesis. Where is the disconnect between what universities want to see, they want our students to have, and what we think is best for our children to do and to learn, and how we want them to project themselves? Where's the disconnect? Where's the connect? How can we make this a smoother transition? And then I reached out to the universities and I said, this is the task I would like to do. Not one single university said no. They said, we want to have that conversation. And not one single university allowed me to film them.
I look around the room, and I think today is certainly a day of learning, and I think it's also a day of networking. And when I now come to India for the 3rd year in a row, I feel that I'm among family, and that I'm among friends, and that I'm among colleagues. Colleagues who are exceptionally committed to our young people and ensuring that they reach their full potential. And this has all been made possible, Ganesh, because of you and your never-ending courage and passion to really make a difference in the world around us. And I thank you for being here, and I thank you for everything that you've done and for bringing this family of educators together today. So we're going to have an amazing day. So without further ado.
Thank you. Firstly, to those lovely students. They come before everybody else. and for that amazing performance. And then thank you, Craig, for your words. And I think it's kind of atrocious to say that from a male for another male, but I think when I met Craig the first time, it was love at first sight. But really, ASB, Fiona, Vanita, all that you've done, you need a big round of applause. You guys have been phenomenal. All of Jody for actually, making sure Ganesh was the right Ganesh and, bringing him here. So thank you. You've hosted an IC3 regional forum. You've now hosted the presidential forum. So thank you. I also want to thank our co-host, Ashoka University. Without them, this conference would not have reached where it has reached in every aspect of IC3, not just with the money that they support us with, but with the intellectual capital that they bring. Vineet is here, and Vineet has been instrumental in the last year and a half in what we've achieved, including with the IC3 Institute. So our sincere gratitude to Ashoka, and I don't know what other colleagues, I think Ali is here as well. If Ali, I don't know, where are you? Yes, so please, if you move around the room, say thank you to ASP, say thank you to Ashoka. And then, of course, our sponsors for today, NACAC, Lindsay is here, and thank you, Tejas, and thank you, Dr. Kamdar, for allowing this and to happen. All the host schools, I just want to acknowledge all of them. There are 10 host schools that have come together to put this conference and these 4 days for us, and they've all been phenomenal. So thank you, and my gratitude to all of you. The IC3 committees, I think Michelle and Rupa have really led from the front. They're like champions, and every committee member, there are many IC3 leadership committee members in this room, advisory committee members, others. Can you just please stand up and be acknowledged? Any IC3 committee members here? Rajika, Dr. Craig, Sundar, please, Vineet, Rupa, Michelle. I don't know. I can't see everybody, but everybody, please remember to say thank you. IC3 is an effort of 162 people currently working to make things happen, and I sometimes get undue credit for things I haven't done, and really. Today, I literally was going to just show up, and that's what I have done. So thank you. And then thank you to each one of you. I think each one in this room is very dear to us. You are leaders that can bring the change, that can be the change that we want to see in the world. Without you, it's not going to be possible for us to achieve what we want to achieve. I just want to make a couple of comments before, I read something for you. But Boeing grounded their 737 MAX aircrafts. And if you're like aviation, you like to read news about aircrafts. And I always like to read about the aviation sector. And apparently they could still fly, but there was something not right about it. Apparently there were thousands and thousands of flights that they had made safely. But Dr. Alice is here as well. Wonderful. I just noticed you. Welcome. So they still could fly, but they grounded it because there's a chance that some more people will die. We're letting our kids out of school like airplanes without a navigation system. We're teaching them all the math and all the English and all the sciences and all of the psychology and the economics, but they have very little, often no direction on what to study, where to study, how to make it happen. And this is traumatic for students. This is a reality. All of our research is showing this. It is a reality that these young people are crashing into a world of despair, frustration, anger, sadness, because they've ended up without a navigation system, without any guidance and direction. And so it is our prerogative as institutions to do this. If there is a school building, there needs to be a counseling laboratory, a career and college counseling laboratory. If there is a math teacher in school, there needs to be a career and college counselor in school. Just because math gets me grades and career and college counseling does not mean I do not pursue this. This is critical to the student's existence. I also hear this conversation, hey, we outsourced our counseling. For God's sake, why don't we outsource our math teaching or our principal's job? This is a critical and an integral function for a school and cannot be ignored. And IC3 acknowledges that. We've even found a correlation between road rage and a lack of career and college counseling. This is not an academic problem, this is a social problem. And if we get this right, we are going to alter the learning outcomes for students in primary school and middle school as well. One of the biggest challenges that schools face around the world is a single word challenge: boredom. Young people are bored, and career and college counseling, if done well, will proliferate through the school and eliminate the boredom because it will contextualize everything that is being read in a book with something real in their world outside. And what we are saying is not just finding admission. And I know so many of my very dear friends, all of the principals here, this is not just about college admissions. This is about the outcomes that your school can produce. This is about learning that can happen. Every teacher, 10% is a career and a college counselor. Every academic book can be as exciting as Harry Potter, if the context arrives, and that is going to happen through a pivot called the career and college counselor, or a laboratory called the counseling laboratory. You know, I once looked at the requisition slip of a chemistry lab at a school. It had a long list of chemicals to be ordered and other equipment to be ordered. It was in 2018, I accidentally noticed the date on top was 2003. For 16 years, we are adding and ordering and mixing the same chemicals in the chemistry lab. Nothing has changed. But careers and colleges are constantly changing. Attention spans of young people have fallen from 4 hours to 40 seconds. And this is not a function to be ignored. Because young people are even asking today, should I go to college? Should I even go to school? And therefore, we really have to look at this. That's what IC3 set out to do. 3 things: sensitize, glamorize, develop. Sensitize an entire community on the criticality and the need of this function. Let me tell you, there are less than 200 full-time career and college counselors in India. Less than 200. We're a 1.3 billion people country. And many others who are so-called career and college counselors are teaching history, psychology, and English. And doing that 90% of the time. Not just in India, in most countries, we've completely ignored this function. It's time to wake up and fix this broken system. We do not run a school without a blackboard or a whiteboard. We do not run a school without certain people and certain infrastructure. We cannot run schools without career and college counselors. We need as many as we have math teachers, possibly. So, glamorize this profession so that enough young people choose this profession. You know, every time I went to a social gathering, and I had these doctors walk in front of me, and the pilots came along, and the chartered accountants came along, and people asked me, Ganesh, what do you do? I said, I teach. And, you know, almost a disdainful look, oh, so you teach, where do you teach? Huh? And the doctor comes in, I stand in, you know, respect, oh my goodness, here is a pediatrician. You know, how many of us remember a doctor we visited in 6th grade or 7th grade or 8th grade? And how many of us remember a teacher we met with? The body doctor fixes the body, it's forgotten in 5 days. Teachers are soul doctors. Their work stays for 60 years. Everything that Craig said about us telling our children, the CEO of Google is a CBSE student, Sundar Pichai. The CEO of Microsoft is an ISC student, Satya Nadella. So when somebody says, IB is the only pathway to success, God bless that person, and what has he done to the children? I think it's very, very important for us to kind of acknowledge the role that we play. This is profound stuff. This is not just, hey, let's get some more furniture in school. The counselor is a critical need, and I invite all of us to really come out today and go from beyond being participants. We really can become the change makers. And I invite you to be those change makers. There's a lot of opportunity that IC3 is creating. You know, we're doing a lot of different things. We're in the process of establishing public trusts, charities. We really want to see every kid get good guidance. 50% of the world is reason that people are unhappy is their job and what they do, and 50% would be other things. If we can fix this function in schools, we are going to have a happy and peaceful planet. Literally, in some form or fashion. This is a social problem as much as an academic problem, and this is really what we're trying to fix. So through the IC3 Institute, through the regional forums, and through the annual conference, we're changing this. I just wanted to finish, and I know we have to be on time, and I want to finish with this little quote from a book that I really valued, and this is one of my teachers who I never met. Dr. Wayne Dyer, I don't know if some of you have read his work, but he's kind of written a set of verses in a book which are his interpretations from the Tao Te Ching. This is Lao Tzu's work and the Chinese master, and I'm reading the 17th verse from Dr. Wayne Dyer's book because I really resonate with this when it comes to leadership. All of us in this room have immense power in our hands, immense power. Every teacher has immense power, but each one of us have even greater power. We can actually alter the message that goes out to our teachers and to the world in general. And this is about leadership. It is my own experience. I just share my own experience through this verse. So the 17th verse, it says, with the greatest leader above them, people barely know one exists. Next comes one whom they love and praise. Next comes one whom they fear. Next comes one whom they despise and defy. I'll read this again. With the greatest leader above them, people barely know one exists. Next comes the one who they love and praise. Next comes the one whom they fear. Next comes the one whom they despise and defy. When a leader trusts no one trusts him. The great leader speaks little. He never speaks carelessly. He works without self-interest and leaves no trace. When all is finished, the people say, we did it ourselves. Leadership really is, for me, I have learned. I was a ferocious individual. I created and invoked and stoked a lot of fear. But I really look at my evolution from the prism of this verse. I have learned a lot of lessons in life, and one of the things that IC3 has really managed to do is to let the work happen. And for the work to happen, we really sometimes need to get out of the way. It's been more about getting out of the way rather than getting in the way. And this is really what it is. When the leader is forgotten, the work is done. That's another interpretation that I have had of my own. And I invite all of us to lead our institutions onto a path for us to become the beacons of light so that we can see all the 176,000 schools just in this area of the world get counseling, and all the many other schools around the world get career and college counseling. That's our mission, and we've stayed true to it, and we invite all of you to now participate, become committee members, support the movement by leading efforts in your areas, hosting events, increasing awareness. I also want to thank all of our panelists and speakers. You know, we've got the who's who here today that are going to be, but each one of us could be on the panel here today as well. So, you know, we have almost no hierarchy within IC3, and my gratitude once again to all of you for being here. Thank you very much for being here and making this happen, and please join us for the next 2 days of the main conference as well if you've already not registered. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think we'll go ahead and have the first panel start gathering up here on stage. And as I mentioned earlier, my name is Michelle Whittingham, and I'm the Associate Vice Chancellor of Enrollment Management at the University of California, Santa Cruz. And I have had the most amazing year. Rupa, do not go far. She's being very kind, to work with Rupa to really envision how we would have the presidential forum this year. And so we've changed the format a little bit for people who've attended previously based on the feedback. And so when we spoke throughout the year, every conversation we had was about the experience that all of you would have. And I really second what Ganesh mentioned as well, that many of you could certainly be up here on stage. And Rupa, I just want to really publicly thank you for all of your energy and your perspectives this year. And I see one of my colleagues in the room, Raja, from campus, and I definitely saw Rupa more this year than I saw many of my own colleagues directly on campus, and that is how incredibly committed Rupa has been. So what we have is the first part of each session, there's going to be some introductions of the topic. And so for about the first half an hour, there will be comments. And really then after that, the last half an hour is intended to be a conversation that will include you. And I know that we have somebody in the room with microphones. My friend, I think Elroy was somewhere, so maybe we'll look into that. There he is in the back. So after the first 30 minutes, you might take some notes down, because what we're looking for the last half an hour is reactions from you, comments from you, questions, but our goal is to engage everybody in the 3 topics that we have throughout the day. And so I think without further notice, Rupa? Thank you.
So I was being obedient. He said, don't go far. So I just came right back. But that's my chair, and I'm going to go right there. And since we practiced standing over here and speaking, I'll begin my first statement from here. A blind man once asked God, God, what could be worse than being blind? And God said, not having a vision. Ladies and gentlemen, we've congregated here today under the very vigilant eyes of Mr. Ganesh Kohli to be deliberating, discussing, and never concluding what is ahead. So I will now go back to my seat, and we will take this forth. So the most difficult thing is to act. The rest of it is merely tenacity. Ladies and gentlemen, you may wonder, what are we here juggling and what are we balancing? And I think we are looking at maybe self-worth, or is it reputation? Are we looking at deconstruction or reconstruction? Are we looking at man or machine, or are we looking at all of them? Definitiveness of purpose is the first step to achievement. And I think it is very important to say over here that we have seen the definitiveness of purpose with IC3, and to know that a person like you, Craig, has been able to give us this platform to share it. So when I started looking at juggling, I was astounded. It's been researched at the University of Oxford, and they found that juggling, and I use juggling as a synecdoche here, a part for a whole, and they found that actually not only your gray matter, which contains the DNA and also sends messages to the other cells, but also your white matter actually grows because you're developing a skill. And because of this skill, we are able to look at a very, very profound statement which keeps coming, and that statement is, we do not know what are the jobs for tomorrow. Isn't that what we are hearing all the time? We do not know what skills are required for tomorrow. But there are certain things, when you do a bit of juggling and balancing of priorities to get a world-class school, you earn. And first of them is that your senses are all involved to ensure that you are doing things, and that makes you build up your resilience, your tenacity, etc. It also gives you confidence because you are achieving something. It also makes you meditative because you're focused on achieving that skill. It makes you take risks, again, because you are achieving a skill, and in this case, juggling. So with this, we are going to be talking about what are our children doing. Are they downloading at the rate of our phones? Or they've got operating systems at the rate of our watches? What are they doing? Are we allowing them to think more than to look at content? Because if the world is changing, the tools need to change. And I would like to welcome this panel here who are going to be talking a lot more on this because they are people who have achieved. And I would request all of you to first introduce yourselves and then talk about, may I start with you, please?
Thank you, Rupam. Good morning to all of you. My name is Sundar Ramaswamy. I'm right now the Vice Chancellor of CREA, but also a professional economist in my sleep right now.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. My name's Randy Dykey. I'm Senior Vice President for Enrollment Management and Student Success at Drexel University.
Can we just give them a big round of applause as they introduce themselves?
Good morning. I'm Jayashree. I'm the founder and director of Creative School in Bangalore.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dishan Kamdar, and recently joined Flame University as a Vice Chancellor.
Welcome, everyone. My name is Craig Johnson, and I'm the head of the American School of Bombay. And once again, welcome to our school.
Thank you. Thank
And
you.
actually, Christopher, can we have someone move this podium? I think it's blocking our two speakers. Thank you. Is this?
Right, so I would like to start with the lady. So Jayashree, it's something that is very close to every teacher, and I think everybody here in the room will say, I'm a teacher. Whether we've come into this profession for the wrong reasons, but we've stayed for the right reasons. Am I right? So, ladies and gentlemen, we have her having a creative school. So Jayashree, if you could just throw light how you went about setting up the school, what did you learn, and what would you like to share with us?
Okay. Our school started a decade ago. It's in Bangalore. And we started with a very clear vision that every child must be empowered to follow their path to their highest potential. So, and we, over the last decade, it's been an incredible journey for all of us to co-create this space. I really say that because I think earlier this morning I was just speaking with you, and he asked me if there's one thing that you would say which has led to the success of your school, what is it? It is everyone, the entire teacher team, the entire set of counselors, our management sharing this vision, that we are here for the child. I really related with what you said, Craig, this morning, and what Ganesh said. We were very motivated by the same, I was a very successful graduate of computer science. I worked at Microsoft, and like Ganesh pointed out, often I found myself missing the navigation system. It's a lot of reflection on the education system, my own experiences, training in mindfulness, which led me to start Creative School, because like many of you are pointing out today, we are in a new era of education where just academics, just the math and the science is not enough. So our school works with the whole child. So what do we do in terms of juggling priorities? Our single most important factor is how does this help the whole child? Let me give you this with maybe some anecdotes. Recently, I again want to say this is a wonderful opportunity that showed up for us through IC3. Two of our children had an opportunity to do an 8-week training and research at the University of California in Santa Cruz as high school students in a science internship program. And 8 weeks away from school, our school date, our school beginning was much earlier than when the children would return. So we had to juggle many different things. The children came from backgrounds where economically also it was a little bit of a stretch for them to attend this. So we all sat together, we put this on the plate and said, how is this going to affect the child? It was just no contest. We knew that if the two children were to go for 8 weeks and do this research, it's going to make their passion come alive. They are going to learn to face challenges that are way outside the box. They're going to be working directly with PhD students. And we knew from observing these children right through their schooling that they were very, very interested in research. So as a school, we decided we will alter the school opening date for them. That is a decision we took. The entire school worked together to do fundraisers, to raise money, to support them in this program. And the two girls went there, had the time of their life, learned a lot of research skills, faced a lot of life challenges, developed a lot of social and and emotional skills to navigate, and came back full of passion. And guess what? They're ready to take on their academic subjects. And this time it's owned by them. The learning is owned by them. So that's something I really want to become. Often, in our discussions on juggling, we tend to leave the child out. A child whose passion is alive will take responsibility for their own learning. We see that over and over again. So as schools, are we ready to make space for that? So that's the first question I would have. Do I have more time? Is it okay? Yes, you still have. Okay. So the second thing we've really done is work with teachers on self-development, not just on mathematics, not just on science, not just on language teaching, but who am I as a teacher? Who am I as a counselor? And what are some of the belief systems I have? Do I believe that I can assist the child to develop the skills and the potential they need to navigate? Are they able to take ownership of their own learning and really make it happen? Where there's a will, there's a way, and we see that over and over again. The third very important aspect in school is we have a very strong mindfulness program. Mindfulness, not just closing our eyes and staying silent for a while, of course that helps. Mindfulness of all the different priorities we have and the strength. It takes strength. Ganesh addressed it, Craig, you addressed it. It takes strength to follow and say, I'm going to make space for our children to prioritize and follow their passions. Because I know when a child is alive and that passion is alive in them, they will take full responsibility for their learning. That's the third part. And the fourth, very important structure we've put together in school. This is very important for administrators to know. We have weekly wisdom circles because priorities keep changing. But to keep the vision, to keep the focus alive, it's something that's alive. It's not just something that you do at the beginning of school. For 10 years, we make almost 3 hours a week of reflection time for our teachers. We have wisdom circles and we have time for their own self-development so the teachers can come out and reflect what are all the different challenges I'm facing, how do I juggle, and also come to decisions as a team. So I would say these 4 factors, keeping the child at the center, trusting that a passionate child, a child whose passion is alive, will find their way even through academics, prioritizing correctly so that the overall development of the child is in focus because that's the need of the hour today. Working with teachers so they also feel empowered, that they can make choices and support the system because it's going to need many of us working together, not just a few. A strong program of mindfulness and consciously creating wisdom circles in your school. So these are the approaches we've taken. So
Thank you, Jayashree.
Yeah.
Thank you. And it's true, it all starts at the human level, right? And there was something I read by Professor Chakravarti, just coincidentally, he's nobody of mine, but schools are actually pieces of a large ecology, human and cultural. But we work towards closing and narrowing the species and the spaces. Think for yourself, do we give them a platform to work out their pathways, or are we restricting them by telling them what we would like to do? So I would like to go to Professor and ask him to speak on this topic, that what is the human level that we come up with, and how have you experienced it in the college?
Sure. I think that's a great question. I'm going to start off by giving you a context. I've left Singapore, and my journey in the education space in India started when I joined the Indian School of Business 14 years ago. And I have this habit, I teach negotiations, and I'm a CEO coach as well. And after every class, I share my mobile number with all my students, and I tell all my students, you know what? You're a good man. Yeah, but I take those calls too. I promise you. So, I share my number with most of my students, and I tell them, look, call me not on your joyous occasions. Call me when you need someone to speak to. So on average, I received 1 or 2 calls on a daily basis. And most of these calls that I received, it is a pattern. And these are who's who in India, by the way, right? I will not mention them, but most of these conversations revolve around managing adversity in my personal life, managing adversity in my professional life, right? And lo and behold, I stepped back and I looked at the curriculum at most universities, and the big question mark is, we are preparing our students for careers. Yes, we are. We are giving them great careers, but are we preparing them for life? And the answer is no, right? And that got me pretty excited, and I just wanted to be part of an education setting that prepares students for not a single job, but multiple jobs, and more importantly, prepares students for life. And henceforth, the shift from business education to liberal arts, and that explains my move to Flame University, where I've been the vice chancellor for almost a year and a half now, enjoying every moment of it, because we all know liberal education, liberal arts, the nature of the curriculum, the nature of the education allows students to meet their sense of purpose. We don't straitjacket them, right? Unlike most curriculum, most universities, you go in, straitjacketed. I want to be an engineer, or I want to be a mathematician. Like any other liberal arts college, our university at Flame, provides students with numerous options, and we tell students our sense of purpose is to help you meet your sense of purpose. And that's our vision, that's our mission. And, Ganesh, you talked about mentorship. There's intense mentorship at Flame University because students are confused. When they join Flame University, we ask kids, what do you want to do? I really don't know, My sense of purpose is a mimic of what my parents think I should be doing, right? And we sit down with them and say, all right, great, but why don't you try this out as well? Why don't you try something else? We have more than 250 major minor combinations at Flame University with the sole purpose. It really impacts your top line, but end of the day, it meets our mission, because we want to give students as many options as possible so that they can get into their passionate fields. So right from the second year onwards, we have structured mentorship for every kid at Flame University, right? So every student meets faculty, they meet alumni, they meet folks from the industry, they have conversations, and through this conversation, we track them through what we call a student growth accelerator, with a lack of a better word here, right? So when you join Flame, what do you want to do? Why you want to do, right? Record this down, meet so-and-so mentor within Flame University. Now, have that conversation. Has that conversation help you alter your sense of purpose? Is yes. Please record down. Now, because now you have a new direction, we're going to introduce you to someone else. Continue these conversations with your professors, with industry experts, and by the end of your second year, more or less, you'll figure out where you want to be. And once you figure out where you want to be, we provide that intense training to help you dive deep into that particular subject matter or that career choice that you want. So answering your question, that's what we've done very differently. And we see that glow in that student, right? And we track this down, right? Like a graph, where you were year one, where you are year two, year three. And I'm telling you, 90% of students, their sense of purpose totally change after structured mentorship. And I totally agree with you, Ganesh. I think a big deficit in our education system is in-house mentorship for our students. And I think it's a call for the hour, for every education institute to have this structure in place in a very rigorous format, right? So that's the answer to your question. Talking about juggling priorities, I have a very different take. We all have multiple priorities, but we can meet all of them. We don't need to juggle if it is not the leader, but the leadership team that is entrusted to drive the institutional goals, right? So what we do at Flame University is we've basically highlighted 4 major thrust areas for us to help our students meet their sense of purpose. The first thrust area obviously is the intellectual throughput, right? We want to have the best faculty, a faculty who not only teaches, but faculty who are also knowledge creators. So research, right, and faculty output in research is a necessary condition for any faculty at Flame University, all right? Because if you are not a researcher, you won't bring in best practices, right, in your curriculum. So, so having the best, I mean, faculty are the backbone, right? They play a very important role. So, having the best faculty, number one, hook that we have outlined. Next is having a curriculum that is not only rigorous, that is not only relevant, but a curriculum that is futuristic as well, right? So we have decided to review our curriculum every 2 years to ensure that our kids are future ready, right? We also put strong emphasis on student experience, and experience not in class but outside class, because it's a residential campus. Our job as a university, as education institutes, is not only hone their IQ, but their EQ as well. And their EQ gets developed outside class, right? The interaction with peer group, interaction, with their clubs. So we keep our students engaged outside class. I just have 5 minutes, so I won't go through the details, but I'm more than happy to invite all of you to Flame University, to give you, additional details. But we engage them outside class via sports and cultural activities in a teamwork format to hone their EQs. And finally, we place special emphasis on alum relations and alum engagement. So answering the last point, how do we juggle? We don't juggle, we'll get everything done by creating a leadership team, right? It's not Dishan that drives the experience, it's the entire 10-member deans and associate deans that are responsible for each and every of these, important spheres. They take charge, we empower them, and then the need for juggle disappears.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I think we could just safely say that learning for life is also the purpose for life, right? And like I mentioned earlier, that are we going to be content-driven or help them to learn to think? And thank you, Professor, for that. And with that, we move to you, Professor Sundar Ramaswamy. And may I request you to share your views about what you think, because Kriya has its own niche. What do you think has been your learning as you set it up? And what has been that failure that you felt you've learned the most from?
Thank you, Rupa, and good morning to all of you. So we are the newest kid on the block, as they would say, because the first class of 115 just finished their orientation a week ago. And it was delightful for me to spend the 5 days with them, and it's been a year and a half or 2 years in the making, and so Kriya is now off and running. I think to pick up on a couple of things that Dishan said, but also Rupa, you said, I think for us at Kriya, it was all about, how do we create an environment where students learn how to think and learn how to learn. And I think that to me has always been, as somebody who grew up in this country and lived half my life now in the US in a liberal arts setting, I think that's been the biggest takeaway from me, is not just learn information, but how do you learn how to learn, and which means unlearning, relearning, all of those phrases. But how do you actually implement it? I think it helped at Kriya that the few of us who came together had a very strong sense of mission in terms of educating the high potential among students, and not necessarily looking for high performance, but every student has a potential. And so the question is, how do you develop a system that allows them to develop their potential? And we had a certain vision, and and I think, which is articulated for those of you who have seen on the website in terms of what Kriya's vision is. But I also believe very strongly that a vision without resources is a hallucination, right? And resources to me, despite being an economist, is not just money. It's talent, it's creative energy and time. So how do you juggle those? Because everybody wants to do everything, and so you got to be very disciplined, saying you can't do certain things. Because there's only 24 hours in the day, there's only so much talent available, and it's a very scarce commodity, so how do you balance it out? So I think, in that sense, to me, that was very critical in pulling together both the curriculum of interwoven learning at Kriya, and also the way we admitted students and how now we are structuring the development of the body and the mind and the soul and everything, because it's the holistic development that we're talking about. You know, your last part of your question, it's an interesting one. I have always felt from my years of teaching at a place like Middlebury in the US, it's important for students to learn how to fail. And I've always argued that, and successfully in the US system, that every student has to either be an athlete or perform in front of a stage. Because those are the two activities I feel that a student can never be 100% successful day in and day out. There may be other activities, but I'm just giving you these two. Right, I've had students come to my class who have never got anything less than a 4.0. But when they first get their first B+, the wheels come off. They just don't know how to deal with setbacks. Right, so I do think it's important in whatever we are creating, the sense of resilience and the sense of adaptability is one of the biggest life skills. And so if they can learn how to play a sport, if they learn how to perform, which is something at CREA everybody does, I think it's very important because those are two activities where you learn teamwork, you learn discipline, you learn how to enjoy things, but you also learn how to recover from a setback. Because even a Sachin Tendulkar gets bowled out on first ball, right? He's not always going to hit a century. Even Roger Federer just lost a set to some unknown person as I was coming into the school, right? So it happens. Whereas the sheer pursuit of academics, and there's so much emphasis on academic excellence that the pressure builds up, and then when they first have a setback, they don't know how to deal with it. So I do think in terms of preparing them for life, it's important that it's not just academics and education, but giving them opportunities to dust themselves off, to giving them opportunities to hit reset. It's something that faculties can role model, but also I think we can create that environment, which is what you're trying to do at CREA also for students. I do think that's very, very important, especially when you think about the fact they'll get out of CREA at 22, and the runway ahead of them is another 50, 60 years. So, you know, they may be adult education, they may be things they will continue to come back to, but I think these formative years, what happens in school and college are so critical in terms of all the recent research in cognitive neuroscience. I think that's important that they can dig deep within themselves when they have to change careers, which they will 6 or 7 times, when they have to face a setback, is what did I learn and how did I prepare myself? I think that is the greatest gift that we can give to our students.
Thank you very much. Yes. And I think we come to you now because you've flown in all the way from the US of A. And it is imperative that you share with us what you feel are the foundational goals that colleges there, and yours with focus especially on yours, do to ensure that there is a shared vision within the campus? And what do you do when you have a lot more competition, especially where universities and colleges are concerned? How do you deal with that? Is something we would be eager to know.
Sure, and if you don't mind, I'll put a little broader frame on it, because I think it's really difficult to think about, especially today in higher ed in the US, but around the world, to think about individual institutions without thinking about systems and thinking about what's impacting those institutions. So my comments were really going to be around 3 topics: talent, complexity, and focus. And your question, I think, really will help frame those things. I'm not going to go into all the comments I had, but just to put it in some perspective. When we think about priorities at institutions, especially in the US, I've been at 4 or 5 actually really great institutions, well-known places that are primarily focused on students, but not necessarily entirely. The level of competition among institutions globally, but certainly in the US, is higher, more acute than it's been in my 35 years in higher ed. And some of that's being driven by demographics. Birth rates around the world, some of the world's largest economies have seen declining birth rates over the last decade or more. And competition for talent, changing roles, as several folks have mentioned, with automation and artificial intelligence roles. Today, we're not sure that we're training students for the roles that they're going to be in 5 years, 6 years, 10 years. So I think what's happening in higher education in the US, and I can speak to my institution as well in some of the ways we're addressing it, but there is such a significant level of competition that when you start prioritizing, and I think my white matter is increasing exponentially as we think through these issues, but is it an institutional set of priorities, and what are those priorities around what are those priorities framed? Is it a system level set of priorities, or is it a student focused set of priorities? And I think what's happening in higher education is institutions have had the luxury to think primarily about institution-specific priorities because there have been more students, the supply has been much greater than the demand, or the demand rather has been much greater than the supply, and now that's changing. The supply is greater than the demand. As we're thinking about how institutions think about their priorities for success, how is success being defined? And I think, for me, it becomes really complicated quickly. There are so many things impacting the complexity of higher ed these days, from politics, political rhetoric. In the US, there is a significant decline, a growing concern about the real value of the higher education system in the US among legislators and families. So the environment is changing very, very quickly. And as I think about it, and certainly at Drexel, but other places I've been too, I try to think about it in terms of talent. If we're focused on talent, and there's a talent deficit in some of the world's largest economies today, and it's only going to become more acute. But in my simple brain, I try to focus on talent, not just students, but talented faculty and staff and friends of universities and folks, colleagues from around the world. And if we're not focused more on students and talent and how we identify that talent, attract it, develop it, nurture it, value it, again, not just students, but our colleagues and others, I think universities have to be talent magnets. And most universities are. But the way we've viewed that is, maybe overstating it a little, is that our institutions attract talent because of who we are and what we're about. But it's becoming more and more about the communities we build and the opportunities we provide for people in those communities. Are they diverse? Are they inclusive? What opportunities do people have? And I think with this talent deficit, and we're seeing it already at Drexel. So Drexel is a cooperative education school. All of our students have to do either 1 6-month co-op or 3 6-month co-ops with companies around the world, business and industry around the world, in order to graduate. And it completely changes the model. It completely changes the dynamic. And what we're seeing as a result of this talent deficit that's already occurring is companies are driving how institutions are thinking about education. Companies, business and industry are driving how we're thinking about curriculum, curricular reform, credentialing. And it's very student-focused because those companies are interested in students. And we're seeing companies that are telling our students on co-op, I've hired you twice. If you work for me when you graduate, if you commit to 3 years, I'll pay your tuition your senior year. We have one very large international company that wants us to be a primary pipeline for them. So Ganesh's comments, I think we're really right on the money in terms of we're the folks who have the power to change education, but at least in terms of our positions, but I don't, and I'm not trying to be cynical, I don't really believe we have the power to completely change the educational model and systems of education. But I think as the need for talent, the desperate search and need for talent changes over the next 5 or 10 years, I think the influence of business and industry will do more to change education than we've been able to change education in the 35 years that I've been part of education. We've been talking about curricular reform and student-focused and student outcomes for 35 years. And we're doing better. But I don't think that we're going to be in a position to actually change what happens at colleges and universities in the same way that business and industry will have an impact looking for talent. And I'll give you a very quick example. Recently, it was, I think, less than a year ago, Boeing entered into a $21 million contract with the National Science Foundation. The National Science Foundation is building a curriculum, an online curriculum for Boeing to help train their employees. And the reason that they contracted with NSF was because they couldn't find a college or university that was willing to do it or could do it. And those kinds of relationships are going to drive thinking in colleges and universities. Changing demographics, the talent deficit, what business and industry is actually looking for, and how we're training students, curriculum, curricular reform, and credentialing, those things are going to make the biggest difference. Now, I'll say for Drexel, we've been doing co-op for 100 years, so we're ahead of the curve. We have 1,600 partners around the world that hire our students, so our curriculum is informed by their experience. Curricular reform happens all the time for us, but I see it already at institutions that are struggling, that are challenged to enroll students, to make their classes, to generate the revenue they need to keep their doors open. And I think we're going to see more of that. But this notion of talent for me, thinking about it in terms of talented students and community members, and how are we training those students? What is the curriculum that we're providing? How are we preparing them for what's coming next?
Thank you. That's very thought-provoking. Because talent deficit is something that I was reading up, and children are born talented. It is us who actually in the schools, they say, and maybe parents also, who kind of ensure that it depletes in most cases, and it of course enhances in some cases. We need to introspect, reflect upon what is it that the teachers are doing right. Like Professor said, that it's all about the teachers. It's all about us. So what is it that the teachers are doing right and the teachers are doing wrong? Because we know you teach the way you are taught. So we need to really reflect upon this. The other thing which is very important, like you said about talent, is to ensure that those who are talented are given a platform to go forth, which I wonder, of course we are trying, but are we doing it from our point of view or the student's point of view? That's another reflection we need to, because I can tell you that many a times when I speak to students, I'll give you a small example. So in my visiting card, there's a QR code which is there. And I told the students, I wish I had my photograph there. And they said, of course you can have your photograph. I said, but the printer told me I cannot. He said, no, we'll do it for you. And just within a second, in the school computer, they had my photograph on it. And I'm talking about 2 years back. So we have underestimated the students, and we have not taken cognition of the fact what Wordsworth said, that the child is the father of man. And with that, I come to a head of school who could throw more light on the child being the father of man.
Before I throw light on the children being the father of men, I just looked at the clock, and we've been sitting here for almost 40 minutes, and the teacher in me right now feels like we need to check for understanding because my colleagues have given us some amazing pearls. So I actually have 6 pages of notes that I've taken from my colleagues, but I think I would like to offer you a construct. So all of you, if you get your notes out and you get a pen and a paper, I will offer you a construct that I think captures the big takeaways from what the panel has just offered. So if you're with me, this is what the construct will look like. We are going to draw 4 lines down the middle of the paper. So go ahead and draw 4 lines down. On the first column to the left, we're going to say schools. Everybody with me? So we're creating a table. On the far left, we're going to say schools. In the second column, we're going to say families. In the third column, we're going to say universities and colleges. And the last column, which has been brought up by almost all of my colleagues, is the workforce. Let's just call it workforce. Corporate, workforce, whatever that might be. So as my colleagues are talking, I'm beginning to see a story evolve. Let's go back to 35 years. Let's say 1985, when my middle son was born. So now we're going to go down the page in years. In 1985, from the far left, schools, families, colleges, and the workforce all agreed, on what should be taught, on how it should be assessed, on how it should be reported. The universities and the workforce were very happy in 1985 with teaching content, knowledge. Those that had knowledge and content had power. And those people would then get a GPA, they would get a grade, and they would go to universities. Universities understood it, they would continue that journey, and the workforce would hire them. Everyone lived happily ever after. And this was hundreds of years. Back to the beginning. We knew what we wanted to teach, we knew how to assess it, we knew how to report it. So that's our 1985. Then in about 2010, much like what my colleague said, the workforce begins to say, you're sending us all these mathematicians, they can't work in a group. They actually cannot solve an open-ended problem. So we began, remember all this? 2005, 2010, 21st century skills. Remember all that? 21st century skills. The workforce pushed that down to schools and said, give us critical thinkers, give us cooperative learners, give us people that have the ability and the dispositions to work in an environment, because we're getting people in the workforce, we're having to retrain them. We're having to find non-university partners to train them to do what we need them to do after they've been in school for 20 years. So this pushed schools, but then the universities weren't all on the same page. Parents were clearly not on the same page. I'm sorry, wait a minute. You're going to take away the chemistry and reduce the economics class and not do calculus for 200 days, but you're going to start talking about collaborative learning and critical thinking? I remember trying to sell 21st century skills to my community 15, 20 years ago. But they finally got it. And then the workforce, and I would say this next one, from about 2015, it's the social, emotional, EQ, the conversation, the whole child, the body, mind, and soul. This is what the workforce is saying. We have people that have the academic skills. We have people that can function in a group that is well agendaed, but they actually are lacking the EQ, the mindfulness. I think you were talking about mindfulness in schools. Where are they going to learn this? And that's really what Ganesh is saying. Where's that emotional navigation system? And what you're saying about failing, picking yourself up, to quote you, dust yourself off. This is the social emotional skills. Ironically, the American School of Bombay right now is really pushing the social emotional, and our parents were the first ones to jump on board. With critical thinking, they struggled. With emotional wellness and the ability to have a balanced social life, parents are all about that. They're willing to take away time from calculus, biology, and physics to deal with the social and emotional needs of their child. So much of what we're talking about here falls into this 4 columns, 3 big eras. And then I want to give you the algorithm of what we just created. So I just created this algorithm that all of our organizations need to be looking at. So through this sort of construct that I've created, my colleagues have just given us the algorithm to juggle, the algorithm to exceed expectations, etc. Here it is. Here are the variables. T, talent. Every single person talked about talent. We talked about leadership teams. We talked about the whole school coming together. We talked about magnets for talent. We talked about the teacher is it. So the first variable in this algorithm to sort out the next sort of level of this construct is talent. Number 2, R. R is relevance. Everyone started talking about what was once relevant is not necessarily relevant today. And one of the ways that the American School of Bombay deals with relevance is we take everything that we do, from why are we doing that music, why are we involved in this club, we take everything and we say why. And we have to answer the why, going back to the purpose. Why, and with the why we say, do we keep it? Once we've answered the why, do we keep it? Do we tweak it? Do we cut it? Or do we create a new why? So we talk about cutting, tweaking, keeping, or creating. The relevance of why. So we have T plus R plus I. Something that just really hit me emotionally listening to my colleagues was every one of them, in one way, shape, or form, they talked about individualizing the educational pathway and experience for their children, their adult students, and their faculty. So we have the talent. We're going to figure out what's relevant. We're then going to individualize the pathway. And the last one is plus C. Every one of the panelists spoke about some form of collaboration, some form of cooperation, co-ops. And I think you just hit the nail on the head with, when we talk about collaborative, we're not talking about our math teacher and our science teacher coming together to collaborate. We're talking about online education, mentorships, experts in the United States that can Skype in, the research, artificial intelligence, virtual reality, augmented reality, all of that is partners in the collaborative or the cooperative. So what I'm hearing right now is we are all talking about the journey in the last 35 years of going from a benchmark where all constituents in the educational ecosystem agreed on everything, and all of those people, my dad was a head of school at the time, lived happily ever after. You didn't have to explain your grades. You didn't have to talk about your curriculum. They got it. And then we started breaking it up with skills that the workforce needed, and now dispositions and social and emotional dispositions. And the way to crack that at your organizations is talent, relevance, individualization, and collaboration. And that, I think, answers the how the child becomes God of all things. God becomes child of all things, big and small, with this algorithm. And that's all I have to say on that.
Thank you, Craig. I must say, that was fantastically summed up. That just makes my life easier. Just wanted to ask you a question. Are you a follower of Simon Sinek?
Yes.
I guessed
yes,
it.
we are.
I
His
guessed
why,
it.
Golden
So am I.
circle, golden circle.
Absolutely. Find your why.
Let's rap together, all right?
Yes. So I think that's
But
fantastic.
Rupa, I could not, there were so many amazing things that
Yes,
were
yes,
coming.
I agree,
I felt
I agree.
compelled to say, whatever I'm going to add is not going to add, so let me actually structure it for you.
Yes.
So thank you to our wow, just big round of applause for the people that are pouring it out here.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that, Craig. And we now, because we really got positive time here, we open it to the floor and request you to ask questions of the mentors that are here and anything else that you would like to add. Love to see some hands. All right, the lady in pink right there.
So this is a question for...
Could you just introduce yourself? We
I'm
would love
Seema Sapru from the Heritage School, Kolkata.
Hi, Seema.
Yeah, so, when we're talking about juggling, as far as the principles are concerned, so I thought it's a very peculiar kind of a question, but I want to ask the panelists. We take pride in the fact that we're doing very well in academics, we're doing well in, co-curricular activities, we're doing everything possible. But there comes a time when, from the base level, a child has to move on to the advanced level. Say, for example, it is either academics, or it is sports, or it is, theater, or whatever. Now, how do we juggle that time wherein a child needs 5 to 6 hours of training per day? Now, so how do we manage that? Could you please help us? I mean, if there's anyone else who's doing this, how do we manage everything? Either we allow the child to be absent from school, the child to have that kind of energy to be able to do that, plus do everything. I hope it's a relevant question.
Very relevant, very,
Thank you
and
so much.
I think it falls under the ambit of individualization.
Yes.
And
So-
we would love to
Yeah.
take it
Could
from
you
there.
please
Would
help
like to
us?
answer
Sure,
that?
sure, I'll take it. Thank you, Seema. I actually want to begin by going back to something that Ganesh said in the beginning when he talked about outsourcing. And he talked about, would we ever think of outsourcing a math teacher? And we're so comfortable outsourcing counselors. Well, I'm going to actually push back a little bit on that and maybe reframe that. At the American School of Bombay, like all of our organizations, and I think you all will shake your heads when you hear this, please shake your heads, you cannot be all things to all people. And the minute you are all things to all people, you are nothing to no one. So once, and I think once again, my colleague here, he talked about finding your purpose. Once a school finds its purpose and articulates its purpose and focuses on purpose, then you can become the champions of the world in that. And I think we have an ethical obligation to say what we do and what we do not do, and to what extent do we do what we do. For instance, at the American School of Bombay, we have world-class chess people, world-class squash players. We have the best math minds in the city of Mumbai. And we have individualized their pathway to point A. We are not the chess school. And when new parents come in, I say, if you're looking for your child to be the best violinist in the world, we are not the school for you. If you want your child to be picked up in 10th grade to be a physicist working for NASA, we are not the school for you. If you want your child to be a world-class Michelin chef, we are not the school for you. But if you want your child to have a liberal arts education where they play chess, they do physics, and they learn how to cook, we're the school for you. And then we go into collaboratives. Then we find thought partners. Then we find mentorships, internships, where the child who's reached as far as we can go can then find a pathway that we partner with, and we begin to create that pathway. If you, Seema, feel like you have to meet all of the needs for all of those kids because your parents and your faculty are pushing you, you're going to get lost in the forest. And you just need to say, like for us, we've actually said, do we do cricket? We don't have the facility to do cricket. We have a great facility to do badminton, volleyball, and basketball. So that's what we do. We have a cricket club, but we don't have a cricket pitch. So to what extent can we do cricket? So I think that's very important for define what you can do, articulate what it, talk about it, and then deliver on your promise. And I don't know if you would like to add something to that?
So Seema, I'll just add a bit over here. What we do in school, we have it in 3 categories. We call it generic, specific, and specialization. All right? So generic is the classes that you have during the day. Those are your generic classes where you learn music or you go and learn dancing or whatever. Then we have the specific classes which are during certain periods of time during the day, before and after school also. All right? We call that the specific. The specialization are the ones, because we have an international masters in chess in school. We have a golf player who played for the US kids recently. So what we do then is the specialization. We get them onto people who actually specialize. So we try and keep contact with people who do extra specialized or at that level, especially the global level, international level, and then we call it. So this is how we segregate in our school. This child is in the generic category. If you have to bring to the specific, this is how you go about it, and when you go. So that's the process, the procedure that we follow. That's the system we've put into place. If it helps, it's something we do. Oh, great, thank you. Anybody else? Or we move on to the next one. Yes, we have a gentleman. Yes, Sheila Ditto, you want to speak? And there's another hand over there. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm Shil. I come from a very small city in India, Raipur. But I have a question in my mind that we're talking about young learners, young students in our schools. And I was just wondering that a critical mass of these number of students, of millions of students in our schools, about 1.1, maybe about 2 million children are appearing for engineering college entrance examinations. And that's a critical mass, and that's a mindset which I as a school leader is struggling with, to tell the parents that look beyond that. And of course this forum is about students, and this forum needs to be also about parents who cannot think otherwise, right? So what is it that we are doing over here, the universities and the schools, and how do we actually break through this critical mass of people thinking about that that's the only way to go forward? Times are changing, engineering colleges in India are closing down. Well, medical colleges should be good in quality, but how do we address that? Is that something that we need to address at all or not?
The times sure are changing. But are we equipped to change with them is a question I would like to ask 3 of you, any of you who wishes to address this from the university, because...
I think that's a great question, and so you had drawn a timeline, right, on the evolution of understanding of what a student wants and what stakeholders need. So if you take the evolution, again, if you draw a timeline of liberal arts college in India specifically, right, let me go by the same timeline that you draw. What was it? 1995. How many liberal arts colleges did we have in India? Zero. Right? 5 years back, right? I mean, you know what I'm trying to say here, right? And if you look at the new age colleges, new age universities that are, emerging right now, you see this trend, a changing trend. So I wouldn't worry so much, because I think we have gone past the inflection point. But yes, the market, the understanding for liberal arts, I have been speaking to a lot of intellectual parents as well. And the first question is, what do you think about liberal arts? And the first answer I get is, it has to be revolving around dance, drama, painting, and the buck stops there, right? Yeah, absolutely, right? But things have changed. Things have changed. This is the response I got probably 5 years back. But now when I speak to intellectuals, I have a lot of parents coming to me saying, look, help me assess the top liberal arts university in India, right? So so things have changed. And industry, if you look at, the recent article by Infosys, right? They've stopped hiring coders. They have started hiring designers instead. And the response is, what's the point having a tech product without a good design? Right? So the industry has also seen this change, and they are looking for skills that are transferable. And I am inclined to think with this change, we have passed this inflection point, and it's just a matter of a couple of years where, you know, what you wish and what you desire, you know, we'll see it as a ground reality, right?
Yeah,
Sheila, Rupa, can I just add one thing to this?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
So I think it's a great question, and I think it might. I won't get into whether parenting itself has changed from when my parents never visited my school. I think parents today tend to be very involved, whether you call them helicopter or snowplow parents, whichever phrase you want to use, right? But seriously, I think parents have to be taken in terms of the educational process. And I can share in the last year and a half when we've done these outreach events for Korea, I'm very open because I like engaging parents. And parental reaction can take three forms. One, I went to college X, I turned out fine, so why do I have to send my kid to Korea or wherever, right? But then it evolves to, my child really wants something like what you're offering, and I'm very glad that it exists in a place like India. So I thank the pioneers who led the way, like Ashoka and Flame and so on, right? The third one, parents say, when are you going to offer adult education so that we can sign up, right? Because they're missing what they learned, and so I do think India is changing, and but I think the way colleges and universities should engage parents is not to create a divide and actually invite parents. So I'll invite parents, and I've already told them at orientation, there'll be times when we'll have a family weekend, come on a Friday, actually attend class, see what your child is learning, and then spend the weekend with your kids. Right? I think we need to narrow the divide and explain what is it that we are doing so that there's obsession with engineering. And I don't want to impugn, because if you're good at engineering, by all means, go for engineering. The mistake I think we all make is we put that as the only option for kids who have other options, right? And so now that there are other options, why select engineering if you're not ready to be an engineer? I say that as a son of an engineer who was a very big-time engineer in India, built lots of factories in and around the city. And I remember as a science student telling my father, I don't want to be like you, and him saying, so what would he like to be? And that led my journey to be an economist. So I do think it's important not to create a divide between parents and teachers, especially the college level.
Just to add two really quick points to that. I think what's driving a lot of the change in terms of options for students and how families and certainly institutions are thinking about systems thinkers, and there are no single discipline problems in the world, and there are no single discipline solutions to those problems. So as institutions think about curricular reform, Michael Crow at ASU in the United States has done a phenomenal job of taking 15 disciplines in engineering and turning them into 5 institutes. And they're not just engineering institutes. So I think how institutions are thinking about curriculum and the problems of the world will drive some of that as well. Not to pick on all the parents in the room, but I travel in China extensively and some in India, talking with families, and it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's perpetuated by all of us, because engineers make good money, they have great careers, you're going to be an engineer. But there are all kinds of other disciplines and professions where you can make good money or be happy or both. So I think that's changing too. And the best kind of summary of this that I've seen is Joseph Aoun, president of Northeastern. Last year or so, he wrote a book called Robot Proof. And when he talks about curricular reform, he talks about literacies, that any curriculum, any institution who's developing a curriculum should make sure that students have technological literacy. They don't have to be programmers, but they better understand technology. Data literacy. They don't have to be data scientists, but they better be good consumers of data. And human literacy. And human literacy is all about the liberal arts and all of the skills that we've been talking about: problem solving, critical thinking, team building, leadership. And it's a great read. I'd suggest it. But I think that kind of thinking is what's becoming more pervasive in conversations about curricular reform and will drive decisions.
Thank you so much. That's exactly what I was going to say. In a world today where it's cross-curricular, there is economics. I know a student who's done economics, then statistics, econometrics, and then he's gone on to learn the basic languages of computer, and one of the top data scientists today. So it is not anymore about a stream or a subject. It's a lot of cross-curricular, and that's something what we need to do is integrate our learning so that they are able to approach.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very sorry. Dr. Dalwai, hello, how are you? But it's 12 o'clock. I need to seek special permission from Big Daddy to take this extended by 5 minutes.
Big Daddy, can we have 5 more minutes?
Yes, Dr. Dalwai, you could go ahead.
Economic world.
Dr. Dalwai is a renowned psychologist in Mumbai.
Thank you for that. My question is, today, I'm glad we are preparing them for that. But I worry today, especially in India, maybe all across the world, that social political movements and the awareness of these movements in the youth is dying down. Few decades back, you would have kids or children who would be associated with some kind of social thinking. And I'm not talking about social skills. I'm talking about socio-political movements. Today, increasingly the world is getting into compartments, and there are only 2 compartments, right and wrong, or black and white. And I really worry about it. So how do you propose we get our school children to start, one, having the ability to think? Because besides all the universities we mentioned, the far bigger, pervasive university is the WhatsApp university. And the kind of information that's being fed to us, where trolling has unfortunately been elevated to an art almost. How do you teach our children to have the ability to think clearly beyond curriculum, and more so, how to have the ability to stand up for what they think? Thank you.
Can I request you, coming from the creative school? Yes.
Thank you. In school, we have, starting with middle school, we have a program where children view different videos, and we actually build the skill of discernment. What is positive, what is negative? Because nothing is black and white. So children sit around in groups and they actually discuss every video and see what are the positives, what are the negatives. And it's called a plus-minus program that we have in school. And we found that this is building that capacity in children to be able to gauge different situations and read situations better. So it's part of emotional intelligence that we talked of. Building emotional intelligence includes building discernment. So that's one way in which we are addressing it.
I love what you said, that it's not about social skills, it's about social thinking. Yeah. So I'm not sure whether we can go any further, but you will have an opportunity in the other 2 panels to ask questions. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to be the bad soul over here because lunch is almost late, I think. And may I request Michelle? So just as a part of the conclusion, I wish to say something that we were told in school. The nuns used to tell us, live your life backwards. Has anybody ever heard this statement? So maybe you come from the same school I studied in. So, and they used to say, just think when you're going to die, what you want to be written on your epitaph. And then thinking of that, work backwards to live your life. Ladies and gentlemen, today it's all about the future, and we are part of that future because we happen to be dealing with students. Are we ready to think what's going to be there, not on the epitaph, but on the goal that the students carve? There was no econometrics when I was studying. How many of you had econometrics when you were studying? Very few, just one hand up in a room of 180 people or 200 people. So it is a thought that I want to leave you with. And with that, I thank each and every panelist. Please do not leave because the felicitation ceremony is at the end. So I request all of you to please stay on. Thank you very much, Professor Sundar Ramaswamy, Professor Daiki, for coming all the way, Madam Jayashree, Professor, thank you for thing, and of course, Craig. We are here in your waters, and we cannot afford to go against the crocodile. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Rupa. Now, before we get everybody set, I want to take a look. Vidita, are we ready for lunch? Okay, well, one of the things I want to keep in mind that today is so much not just about learning what we're hearing, but making certain that the exchange isn't just between the stage and the audience, that there are many opportunities now for question and answers during lunch, and the panelists are available one-on-one, and so I know many people still had their hands raised, so I encourage you to come and speak to the panelists and to also clearly speak with each other, because some of the questions that come up, many different schools that are represented here today have different and terrific perspectives. So, Vanita, do you have any recommendations on how we want to do this? Because we can certainly will have a lot of networking in line while we're waiting. Do we go on both sides of the? Oh, that's going to be wonderful. Okay, so I think in that case, maybe we'll start with the far. Let's go ahead and start with this close side here. We'll get people started, and then we'll make a line maybe along the wall this way, and then go through that. Does that sound good? Okay, perfect. Can I do a shameless plug for a session on Thursday? I'm going to ask for your permission, and sometimes I ask for forgiveness instead of permission, but I was getting your permission there. Let that be noted. It won't happen very often. From 8:30 to 9:30 on Thursday, we have a session that's titled Demystifying a Liberal Arts Education and Multidisciplinary Degrees. And where is Rajiv from Shiv Nadar University? Are you in the room? Rajiv, where are you? Oh, no, he must have stepped out of the room. Anybody else from Shiv Nadar University? There we go. Thank you. So we will be co-presenting with faculty and staff from the University of California as well as Shiv Nadar University, really focusing on the liberal arts. Okay. Wow, everybody was really fast. That's very impressive and neat. Okay, are you ready to get started? Okay, well, thank you, everybody, and welcome to panel 2.
Thank you, Michelle. Well, our second panel for today is Careers 240, Learning in the New Age. And I must say very candidly that some of the points we probably wanted to discuss in this panel already came up in the morning. So we were sort of, we all spoke to each other in the lunch break, and I sort of see 3 keywords here. One is 2040, the other one is careers, and the third is learning. So we felt that probably this panel could talk a lot more about the future, right? And how do we reinvent or invent education and skills in the future to address careers for 2040. And before I have our panelists speak, I wanted to throw 3 thoughts really with the audience. I think any imagination of education and skills in the future also takes us to what careers may look like in 2040. So clearly, I think trend number 1 speaks of the impact of technology and the digital age. And something I try to do, and I just want to share, as you Google on what are going to be some key jobs in 2040, it throws up some very interesting results, and I should read out. The first one is virtual store manager. That ranks number 1. The second one is robot mediator. Right. The third one that comes up is drone traffic controller. The fourth, augmented reality designer. What comes fifth is algorithmic health provider. And the sixth sort of really caught my attention, biomanufacturing organ designer. Right. So clearly, in some sense, the jury is out that the jobs of 2040 are going to be all about technology. And this notion that technology may take away jobs, although historically we do know that technology doesn't tend to do that, what it does is it really redefines jobs. We've seen Ola and Uber do that. But I think what seems very clear is that technology is going to be the primary enabler of jobs. I think that sort of seems very clear. And some of the comments we heard in the morning, especially around talent, I think really comes from there. And schools and colleges and universities are reinventing their curriculum to address that challenge. So there's one pressure that's emanating from technology and the digital age. I think the second sort of peg, which was talked of a lot in the morning, is really around this whole 21st century skills, social and emotional quotient. And here also, and I think Craig summarized it very well, I think the jury is clearly out. the development of 21st century skills, social emotional quotient, traits like empathy, compassion, persuasiveness, courage, humility, forgiveness are characteristics that machines are not likely to emulate very quickly. Humans also have a need to compete, a need to belong, a sense of purpose. We crave attention, love, importance, and the human touch. Will robots truly care? And yes, robots are coming, but they will have their limits, right? So there's this whole notion that humans can do much more than what machines can do. And there is also this notion that in today's day and age, when there is no longer premium on how fast you can calculate or how much you can remember, all of the social and emotional skills have become much more relevant in the 21st century. So there is sort of this second pressure. I think the third one, which did not get talked off in the morning, which is also a key challenge and something that the educationists should be prepared for, is really the challenge that comes from the grand challenges around us, challenges of poverty, hunger, affordable healthcare, climate change, pollution, the fact that Chennai ran out of water 2 months ago, conflict, terrorism, religious polarization, and many more. And which sort of really takes us to this conclusion that education has a vital role to play in helping build a more sustainable society and future. So really, I mean, the key purpose of education in that sense, building a better world. So I thought I'll sort of put these three pegs for our panelists and for our audience. And in this spirit, maybe start having a conversation around how education and skills, as we develop them further, could address careers for 2040. So maybe, again, we can go around, if each of you can introduce yourself. And I do want to bring in a point which Michelle also told me to emphasize. I think in the notes that we'd all sent you earlier, we'd also requested panelists to talk about what the topic means to you and a meaningful experience you've had related to this topic. So you can also probably throw some light on this. So Rajika, may I request you to start? And also, I think from your unique background in mobility, and that I believe is going to be a key skill for the future. If you can bring that in too, the mic is all yours.
Thank you, Vineet, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here with all of you, and my thanks to IC3, to Ganesh and others for including me in this wonderful event. I guess in terms of my background, where my focus has been for several years is in research and impact studies and thought leadership around a field that we tend to call student mobility, or even more broadly, international higher education. And through that, I've focused a lot on what students at the higher education level are studying globally, where are they moving to study, why are they moving, so also what some of their motivations are, what some of the destinations are, as well as what they're studying, but also what countries are doing to retain these students and how students are making choices about where they complete their studies and where they stay on. So that's sort of been my area of specialization and the lens that I bring to this. And I think I would very briefly mention a few, sort of three strands, and we've already heard a lot of this coming up this morning. So I think, as Vineet said, our panel is probably going to delve deeper into some of these points. But one is the very clear rise at the education level of applied learning and internships, again, as a way for students, both for educators and students to realize that applied learning and knowledge of careers needs to begin very early on. And we're seeing that most definitely even in the student mobility piece. We see that in the US, when American students are going abroad to study, they're more and more seeking that internship experience because there's the recognition that that's going to connect to future careers, and that applied learning is very important. There continues to be the predominance of science and engineering fields, and I know this question came up in the earlier session, and I think it was a terrific question. I would say that when we look at it globally in terms of where students go and where they're choosing to study, there's still that very large predominance of students from Asian countries, all the millions of Indian and Chinese students who are going abroad, who are really concentrated in the STEM fields, particularly Indian students. However, that being said, it is also true that it's not STEM narrowly defined, and I think we already heard some good examples this morning about how you may start out from sort of a narrow definition of engineering, but then through exposure to a more multidisciplinary curriculum, that can actually segue into very interesting different careers. And the third sort of observation is, sort of from where I sit, is the investment that I see that countries are making in the research enterprise, which is really important, and that is directly also linked with creating an ecosystem for innovation, and that is what is really attracting global talent. And countries that we see that are really ahead of the game in that, and typically we sort of look to the US as being a key example of that, as well as many other countries represented here, including on this panel, including Canada. That's a real draw for students, because for students who want to pursue those careers that are really going to require the best of them as innovators, they're really able to connect the dots and get the research support that they need to reach that point. Before I hand off to the next person, I do want to, because I know this was something that was asked of us also, to sort of think more deeply and reflect perhaps on sort of what is the personal resonance of this topic for us now at this point in time. So I want to talk about that sort of from two ends of the age dimension, because I think we've been so focused on, and certainly that's the most important age group to look at today and as part of the IC3 movement, which is younger students. But even so, as we project forward, especially in looking towards 2040, we need to also think about what's happening to the mid-career and the advanced level professionals. And the fact that younger and younger generations are reaching higher and higher pinnacles of success at earlier and earlier ages. So I think one of the big questions for future careers is what happens to people, and sort of as a personal reflection, I have about 25 years of professional experience, so I have actually been reflecting a lot on this personally, that what is next for me? Where can someone at my level of career really add value when the younger generations have actually leapfrogged way ahead? So I think that's a real sort of something to reflect upon, that how do we reinvent ourselves for the future in a way that we can be relevant. And I want to leave you sort of with this one quick resource. This is a great article, very insightful article that came out just last month in the magazine called The Atlantic. And it was by a gentleman named Arthur Brooks, who's the past president of the American Enterprise Institute, which is a think tank. And it has a very depressing title, but that's not the reason I'm sharing it. What it's called is, Your Professional Decline is Coming Much Sooner Than You Think. But it is a tremendous piece on how people at that sort of turning point or in their mid-careers need to think about what's their best role as they think ahead to being teachers and mentors for the next generation. So I'll conclude with that and hand it back to you, Vinny.
I think, thanks, Rajika. And I think you've added another key dimension to this whole conversation, which is education and skills, not only for our students, but really for all of us, right? I mean, how relevant are we going to be in 2040, or even the middle-aged professional? So maybe we try to address that and cover that also in our comments. Dr. Craig, if I can get you in at this point, and through your own experiences as an institution leader, I particularly was reading your message on your website, which talks about this leaders with a heart, which sort of really, really resonated with me. But really looking at careers in 2040, and how are you preparing your institution to address that challenge, and broad thoughts about the topic, your personal experience.
Sure, Vineet. Thank you very much for that. I'm deceptively young looking. This is actually 41 years for me next week that I'll be involved in Welcome Week at a university, from when I started myself to years as a professor and dean, provost, and now president. And part of what I've seen is in some way discouraging. In the West, for several decades, we largely pursued a fairly reductive approach to post-secondary education, where universities saw their role as servants to the economy and industry, and saw students as economic units moving through that system. And that's not the case with all institutions, but certainly in Canada, where I come from, that's been the emphasis of government for some decades. And to some degree, I think in the West, and maybe here too, we're paying the price for that for a long period of time. And so this is my third visit to India in the last 9 months, and I actually find encouragement here. And so I look at institutions like Ashoka, Flame, CREA, all of which have taken a broader account of higher education, but also of the human beings and the people that are involved in those institutions. And in some way, I think that wider perspective deals both with a kind of social and an economic problem that we face all around the world. And so, I commend Ganesh and the IC3 movement for this view of a wider and more holistic account, not only of education, but how to prepare young people for the lives ahead. So this morning we heard people refer to education, post-secondary and higher ed, as being about educating people for life, not just for a job or something like that. And so when we ask this question, what are going to be the jobs in 2040 in demand and so on, who the hell knows? I don't know. I don't think anybody does. But if you ask me the question, what will be the needs of society in 2040, I'm a little more confident in speaking about that. And those needs are the ones that most of the people in this room identified and we talked about this morning. The needs to build a just and cohesive society, the needs to develop an empathetic approach where we give everybody the opportunity to participate in the economy, the need to work with one another across bridges, the need to build a global society that is not simply exploitative, but actually develops and learns from our interaction with each other. Those kinds of social needs, I guarantee you, are actually going to intensify in the coming decades. The forces pulling against a cohesive and just society, they've intensified, and we've seen very little response at an institutional level. And so I just say, I'll give an example from our institution, and then a suggestion of where I think we can go. So Vineet referred to our vision that we have now, which is called Leaders with Heart. In 2 years, we've doubled our enrollment and now literally doubled, 102% increase from where we were 2 years ago. And we'll be capping our enrollment after we rolled out this new initiative. There are two elements to it. One is that every student who comes to Huron is required to volunteer in the community. That might be a women's shelter in Toronto, it might be the SPCA, it may be a refugee camp in Malawi. The students, crucially, get nothing for this. They don't get any credit, they don't get any money. It's simply to develop empathy and leadership. And when we first talked about this, I talked to my board of governors about what I want to do. A couple of people on the board said, that'll be a disaster, Barry. Students are already overburdened, they've got a million other things to do. Now you're telling them they have to go out and work at a women's shelter or a refugee camp? And I said, yeah, trust me on this. Our applications are up by 130% since we announced this program because there's a crying need in society for this, but also recognition amongst a lot of millennials that they want more out of their life than simply material satisfaction. And so we're seeing an opportunity, because of the damage we've done to the social fabric, to try and correct it amongst many millennials. And so some of you hear from some of your schools I've met today and my other trips. I'm so excited to be able to partner with you because you recognize the need for a more holistic account in your young people, and we in post-secondary have to respond to it. So we look forward to 2040. I've got optimism now, more so than I had about my cohort of people who have screwed up the world, but a bunch of young people now who, if we give the opportunity to, the encouragement to, we see that their life isn't simply being an economic unit. They can make money, they can have a good job, but the key part is at the end of the day, they can be happy. I always say to parents, particularly affluent parents, when I visit the private schools, when you're 80 years old and your kids come to visit you in your hospital room, you're not going to say to Johnny, hey, Johnny, how much did you make this year? You're going to say, are you happy? Are you a good person? You're living a good life. As educators, that's what we have to focus on. Thanks.
Craig, I'm going to come back to you also on the research report that you had spoken of, and maybe we'll bring you in. Rachita, if I can get you in at this point, and especially since you represent another new age university in India, the Siri University, and especially relevant because your founder is a spiritual leader, I mean, one of India's tallest and outstanding spiritual leaders. And I'm sure his special position and the way he can look at the world is sort of also gone into building this institution. So what are some of the things you are doing to look at careers in 2040? What does this mean to you and to your university, and any personal experiences? What do you?
Thanks, Vineet.
And just if you can also introduce yourselves, I think that got missed out. Yeah.
Okay. So thanks, Vineet, and really great to be here. Great platform, great forum, and wonderful to meet like-minded friends in this big hall. So I'm Rajita Kulkarni. I'm the president of Sri Sri University. And so what you asked, Vineet, and really the topic that we are discussing here, when I was thinking about it, what came to me that we are in 2020 today, and we are really the 2040 of year 2000. I used to work in Citibank at that time, and it was New Year's Eve, and none of us could take a holiday that night. I used to manage the phone banking platform for Citi, and all of us were glued to our terminals because we thought that, when the clock moves from 12 in the midnight to 12:01, somehow all data will perish and we will cease to exist and all of that. But luckily it appears we are around, and life is moving on. And I think the past 2 decades have also taught us that as a humanity or as global citizens, we have adapted to and we have learned to realign our living to how the world is evolving. I mean, we think about how we work, how we live. Airbnb, Flipkart, Netflix, Uber, none of this existed. No social media existed. And we have, as a humanity, we are aligning ourselves to this way of living. So from what you said, Barry, what I get as optimism is that we will figure it out. We will figure it out, but that doesn't mean that we can sit back. We have to be proactive, and as educators, I think our responsibility is doubly so. To your question, Vineet, Sri Sri University, we are a young university, little older than Kriya, but still young. And we are definitely, I think, nurtured and sculpted in the thinking that Gurudev Sri Sri Ravi Shankarji brings to it. So I want to share a few things. I mean, all of us really know the answers, more or less, but a few things of what we are doing, which I think are nurturing or infusing those skills that we think are needed, or those competencies we think that are going to be needed of our kids to sort of, not even 2040, I think even 2030 or 2025. We built this campus. I always tell this story. In 2009, when I first went to this land where our university is today, it was a site, and it was a dreadful site. It was a land which was illegally quarried. There were huge pits, and there were two trees on that land. Today we have, last year we got a Green Campus Award. We have more than 75,000 trees. We didn't plant the trees, the students did. And this is really the story of how we have grown as a campus. We have a faculty of architecture. Our amphitheaters, we didn't design them, the students did. Our cafeteria, the students designed, they painted. When we got our ISO 22000 for our kitchen, our students helped do the whole audit process. So in involving students in building, I think, has been a way of us making them learn. And I think it is important, Simon Sinek was brought into the conversation this morning. He talks a lot about how millennials today, Gen X also, millennials, are considered entitled, are considered receivers, are considered demanders. And I think it is up to us how we can change the environment from them to be receivers or entitlers, if there is a word, to builders and creators. So this, Vineet, has been one of our very primary, I think, foundational values. We are still growing every year. We launch new programs. Every year, I think we will reach full capacity that we intend to in another 5 years. And that is our philosophy. So the kids are building, and this morning, Rupa shared a story of how the student helped her make a visiting card. It's true, they are smarter. My 5-year-old nephew knows to use more features on my phone than I do. So why would we not welcome that native intelligence into everything we do as our generation? So that is number one. Number two, Barry, very happy to hear about what you said about service. So we have 3 values of our university: learn, lead, and serve. And Vineet, you've built a university. All of us who are building it sit down and think about what our values should be and what should define us. And I remember when we were doing this, we were thinking of learn, lead, and another word with L, because we wanted it to be a great brand, rhyming, etc. And I remember at that time, Gurudev said, no, serve should be the 3rd value, because learn from every source you can, so that you can lead, be excellent, lead, so that you can serve. Not leadership as an end in itself, but as a means to serving back the community. And you brought out, Vineet, the points about the challenges that we as a world are dealing with. Whether it is hunger, whether it's inequality, whether it is exclusion. We are becoming an increasingly excluding society around the world. It is scary sometimes, even when all of us as travelers experience it. And how can those thoughts or that reality be in the life of a child as he grows up? So, every time I'm on the campus, we do town halls, and the kids are telling me that this light is not there, or this thing doesn't work, or that food was not good. So we do a lot of community programs anyways around our campus, and we distribute solar lamps. We have a partnership with Schneider, so we distribute solar lamps in small villages which actually doesn't have light. So I remember once we did a town hall, and where the kids were telling me that in one patch of our land, there was no light at 9 in the night, it's not safe. We were writing it down, yes, we have to improve. We went that evening to this village which never had light ever. In some neighborhoods of Orissa are so impoverished. And when we distributed the lights there, we had to park our cars, and with the headlights of the lights, we had to do that program. And we distributed these smaller lamps to these these people living in these small little huts. When we came back, the same students told me, it doesn't matter if this light doesn't come. So, because they saw someone who never had light in their life. This is a small example, but I think symptomatic of how important it is for us to help our students even realize how good they have. I think somehow kids these days are always looking at what they don't have. But we are already come up to here, and let us look at how much we have. So a lot of these, I think, is creating these skills. So adaptability is coming, I think, because of that. A sensitivity to stakeholders. Today you talk about any corporate assessment, ESG is critical: environmental stewardship, sustainability, and governance. How can you have stewardship for environment if you're not even sensitive to the stakeholders around you? And so I think this is getting built because we spoke about it, Vineet. It was coming to me that, we are doing it like this. One more thing I would like to say, and it has happened, I think, organically. Can I? Sure. A couple of minutes? Sure. Yeah. So we have on our campus a skill center, which we run along with Larsen and Toubro. And the kids who come to study in this skill center, it's a 3-month program. They come from villages in Orissa. They are either school dropouts, or they have studied up to 8th class, etc. They get a couple of skills in masonry, bar bending, and then these kids get appointed in Larsen and Toubro construction sites. So when these kids, and these are really, they are a different social economic profile. So when we were starting this, there was a lot of discussion about we should have a separate canteen for them and the separate canteen for our other kids. And we said, no, everybody eats together, everybody plays together, and these kids are now friends. I mean, so what it did was it completely broke down those barriers of, all those barriers of social standing, of economic abilities. And it is great, I mean, to see them together as friends and caring for each other, looking after each other. So I think that that has helped in making the kids little more sensitive, more accepting. And I think one thing which we have successfully sort of integrated is the very practice of meditation that leads to mindfulness. Today we speak about mindfulness techniques. I feel mindfulness is the result of what you do. So meditation, self-reflection, so that is part of our everyday regimen. I have seen how children have changed. So when they walk into the campus versus when they walk out either after a 3-year program, 3-year or a 4-year program, how their personality changes, how their communication improves, how they become better collaborators. So I think what we are seeing, there is a lot more every one of us can do, but what I am seeing is that on our campus so our kids call our campus one of the happiest campuses on the kids call it, we don't label it. And I think that kind of comes from within. So these are a few of the things that we are doing.
Great. I think two definite sort of points I'm taking away. One is this whole sense of building the community, service, students going out in the community, actually doing service. And that whole idea of giving back associated with it and building the character of students, I think that's very implicit in some of what you said. And the strong Indian tradition of meditation, bringing in some of the Indian practices in higher education, which I also personally feel has somewhere got left out.
Yeah.
I think there is some message in how we can build students for the future.
I think, Vineet, just to add one sentence there, because you said that you also feel that it has got left out. Sometimes I meet friends from education who almost feel hesitant to do this. And I feel, if you have a great food to eat, we eat it. If there is great music to listen, we listen to it. This is almost life-infusing, life-saving, life-sculpting skills and techniques. Why would we
Thank you.
hesitate?
Thanks.
Yeah.
Can we acknowledge her, please? Professor Chaube, if I can come to you now. Anune and I also go back to Ashoka. Anune helped build the Young India Fellowship at Ashoka, which I believe was our flagship program and very, very distinctive. He's now the Vice Chancellor of Anant National University, which is a design school, as I understand. So Anune, what are your thoughts on preparing students for 2040?
When I came in, so before I came in, I was thinking that I would have some original ideas, right? Quite obviously, say I'm not of the same view now, because just about everyone has used up my idea. Of course, so they didn't know that I had been thinking those thoughts. But it's also a great thing. I think most of us, it seems, are aligned on what the agenda for the future is, what are the issues at stake, and what are the ways forward. Currently, I am leading Anant National University as its provost, an institution dedicated to the built environment, through channels of architecture and design. And design is a huge word. Design is actually a plan, and a plan with an objective of fulfilling an objective, and that objective needs to be fulfilled in the most efficient manner. And in order for that to happen, I think we need to have an approach which is context-based, which draws in from each corner, from each nook and cranny of a situation and a context. And you arrange all these parts together, so it's like Gestalt, if it's more than the sum of its part, so that's what you deliver. And design is about, problem solving. Anant is about creating solutionaries, creating students, who would and And when you do that, and when you explore this world around you, so there are things that you identify. There are things that, would kind of jump at you, things that would disturb you. And then, so if you're curious, and curiosity is not something, that should be taken for granted. It's a capacity that needs to be built. So quite often kids, so with curiosity are discouraged. Their curiosity is thwarted. That should never happen. So to come back to the story, if you're curious enough and if you're engaging with the world, there are many problems that you'll discover. And then if you're solution-oriented, those problems will torment you, in a happy sort of a way, because like a puzzle would or a riddle would, and you would want to solve those problems. And what you would realize that you can't solve a problem of that magnitude, of that spread, all by yourself. We are now looking at a world, say, beset with problems that requires or that cries out for collaborative, approach. Collaborative, say, team effort towards solving it. And by team, I just don't mean working with a team of people. I'm talking about a team, so that also comprises, that also includes parents. That includes just about everything, say, from our world, say, which is a diverse place. So there are two truths that I think, and something that I have always pointed out, not just at Anant, but also with the Young India Fellowship on Ashoka when I was out there. We need to let our students, say, young friends, say, realize that there are two truths. Say, one, of course, is the world is a diverse place, diversity. You are not the only one. The place that you come from is not the only place. Whatever you have studied is not the only truth, right? There are others, say, who come with, their own perspectives on the world. The place that you come from, the city, if you come from Mumbai, which is an urban place, say, ultra chic, there would be pockets out there, so there is a rural reality. Just be mindful of diversity. And just when you become mindful of diversity, the other thing that you need to become mindful of is of collaboration. Nothing is redundant, say everything is useful, so we need to draw from, each of these verticals, each of these realities, so to say, the urban and the real. For instance, at this point in time, I wonder if there is any school in urban India, which actively collaborates, handholds, collaborates, say, with a rural school, right? Even for a semester, an exchange, say, program. Because what then remains in absence, in a world that is diverse, and if there is no collaboration, what will emerge are gaps. And we are looking at a world now, saying the need of the hour for solving these problems is to bridge these gaps, to hold hands, to combine, to collaborate, say the urban with the rural, and the realities should be known to both these quarters. So the urban should know, say, what a farmer does, at 4 in the morning, say when he treads out into the field. And kids or young people, say in these remote rural areas should know, what are the issues facing the urban society. Is it all just fun and affluence, or are there challenges as well? Say being alone, feeling lonely, being exploited, so on and so forth. So I think, so this contiguity, this bridging, this collaborative approach is something which is going to be enforced, say more rigorously. It has already been noticed now in the last 10, 15 years in India. I think this is something that certain educational institutions have woken up to. And instead of following a specialized education, say pushing kids down, a narrow tunnel of a specialized learning. Some of you, say would perhaps have heard of Robert Heinlein, say one of the science fiction, say writers. So there was one thing that he said, and lots of things that he had said, but one thing that kind of stayed with me. And in a context when he's talking about a variety of things that a human being could, say from lots of things. And he says specialization is for insects. Kind of championing diversity, an individual, capable of doing just about everything. Changing diapers, feeding a kid, say being able to garden, say solving difficult mathematics, say sums, launching a rocket. and so on and so forth. So the capacity of an individual, so to be so multiple. And that is something that has always been thwarted, at least in the Indian context. And that is why I want parents included. We always, say, point fingers at schools, education system, and very conveniently ignore parents. I think, say, parents are the first one who would stop you from playing chess, who would stop you from cooking, who would stop you from playing your guitar, who would stop you from going out and playing soccer, right? And they would want you to come back home, say at 6 and study from 6 till 9, say do your maths and then so on and so forth, so we are all familiar with that. So all the real talent that we have, the big talent that we have as kids, gets thwarted. We don't need to do that anymore, and we can't afford to do that. That's why collaboration, context-based learning, know as much you can, say about your world as possible, because 2040, 20 years from us now, things are changing fast. Of course, say the solutions are going to be technology-driven, AI, and so machine learning, and so on and so forth. So even the biggest, say mathematics dunce, say would know much more about technology than I do, right? Because that is the only platform that you can, say use to solve these problems. Collaboratively, use technology, know your context. So it's no longer, the specialized education, Even the specialists need to know the context in which they are going to practice their specialization. So if you're a computer scientist, you need to know, what it is that your world needs and what is the problem that you need to solve and where is that problem coming from. And I think this is what we have been doing at Ashok earlier, and now through design, so organized systematic thinking, we need knowledge to be used, and people and teams and collaboration, putting them all together to address needs of the future, problems of the future, so that not just, say students at Anand, but, say just about everyone, would become a solutionary, so start looking at your world, identify problems, and then try and find a solution.
Okay, thank you, Nene. Pankaj, if I can bring you in the last. I started by reading out some jobs. Algorithmic health provider, biomanufacturing organ designer, and some of these hard technical jobs. And since Ahmedabad is, you run an engineering school, a business school, social sciences, and we've heard so many speakers since morning, this real emphasis on social, emotional, 21st century skills. Is the assumption that the technical skills will anyway come, or that is something the students will anyway pursue? Or are we talking about an education that combines both? So that's one thing I would like you to talk about. And I think the second thing which I'd also touched briefly, how does this education connect to solving some of our grand challenges? I've lately become involved in setting up a technology university near Chandigarh called Plaksha, and I'm an engineer by undergraduate training, and I should tell you that my motivation to set up Ashoka was because I felt that the engineering education had let us down. And I felt the way of the world is really a liberal arts education, and Ashoka, some of us came together to build Ashoka. But equally, I feel there is something broken about engineering education too, right? So, but I also believe, having done Ashoka, that there is the world of liberal arts that can borrow from hard skills, like engineering, math, sciences, and there is the world of engineering that can borrow from the liberal arts. Does the solution for our jobs in the future lies in combining these two somewhere?
Thank you very much, Vineet. I'm Pankaj Chandra from Ahmedabad University. First and foremost, I really appreciated your comments on engaging with the society and volunteerism. I think the purpose of Ahmedabad University, as we've defined, is progress of self and society. Just can't remove one from the other. The other day, I just turned the TV on, and there was this big conversation on really the hottest topic on the world called Beyond Meat. And so here's this world which is talking about how do you bring vegetables to taste like meat, to look like meat, to shape like meat, to taste like meat, have the texture of meat, and so on and so forth. And the story comes from climate change, because animals are, and feeding them and everything else is leading to a fair bit of challenges on carbon emission, methane, and everything else. So I Googled, and I said, okay, let's see what's this beyond meat. But most interesting, so what I found was there are 120 startups, or somewhere thereabout, I mean, I may be missing a number here and there, which are working on aspects of beyond meat. And they say we are about 5 to 7 years away before much of this world of meat gets converted in this particular form. And I started to think, you know, and it was also, they were also talking about how they are doing it, what is the chemistry and biology and so on and so forth. And I said, you know, looks like this is an industry of the future. For if it gets to happen, my God, the world is truly a very big market. Now, how do you prepare somebody to work for this industry? So it's about climate change. That's where the entire thinking is coming. It's also about concern for the society. It's also about biology. It's as much about chemistry. It's very much about commerce. And more importantly, one of these companies actually had built a 3D printer to different perspectives and knowledge systems to come together to address the challenges of the future. And one way in which I don't know if it's the right way to do it, but one way in which I create a framework and a structure in my mind is to say, you know what, the future of jobs are going to lie at the axis of a few segments. One, what you started by saying technology, it's about, there's one axis on which you find data and biology and behavior and new materials and so on and so forth. The second is what you refer to as grand challenges. You know, it's about food, it's about transportation, it's about energy, it's about environment and so on and so forth. The third is about air, water, land, and forest. And the fourth is about individual and us as community. And I think, and we don't know whether I'm going to be right or not, I think that the opportunities of the future are going to lie at the boundaries of these axes, where these axes intersect. So if you look at this Beyond Meat example, it's actually about biology, it's about chemistry and the air, it's as much about food, it's about community, and it's about land. So somewhere or the other, looks like the jobs of the future will require skilling and building perspectives that cut across a variety of different disciplines, knowledge systems, ways of looking things. And then at the end of the day, you know, to take what you said, I mean, the young people, they want to do things today. So which means that we not only want to be very integrative in our own teaching and learning processes, which brings social sciences as much in the life of an engineer, not because it's another fancy liberal arts story that somebody is telling you to do, but as much about to understand, as you said, the context in which an engineer is going to operate, or as much the viability of some of these ideas that they may have in the society. And I think that makes teaching and learning and universities of tomorrow, ours is a very young university, that much more exciting. And I feel new institutions like ours can probably do many more experiments than what older ones can do. And I'll give you an example, one or two examples of what we've just done to address this integrative nature. I think there are three things that come to mind. How do you integrate bodies of knowledge and learning to address challenges and problems that will arise? And the challenges outside are so complex that no single discipline can teach it. So if an engineer thinks that they can go ahead and solve a real problem, I think they're mistaken until unless there are many others who come together to support them. The second is, we've always learned by listening or reading. We've actually forsaken, and engineering, you raised the issue about engineering. Engineering is all about doing. And I think that's another bit that becomes very, very crucial. And the third bit is, in my mind, asking what is the question? On any issue, asking the right question and be able to find an ability and set of people who could answer them. And we've done a very interesting experiment this last year by designing a foundation program that turns this learning on its head. So we came back and said, you know, what are 5 or 6 things that every young student should engage with? And we came up with 2 areas of skills, data science and communication. You have to articulate what you're thinking. 2 areas that build perspective, behavior, which tells you about you and me and groups of people together, and constitution and civilization. And 2 areas of innovation, biology and life, which is changing how we all kind of live and deal with things, and new materials. But you know, if you start teaching each of these 6 things in these silos, then you've actually not addressed the big challenge that may come into the future. So what we said was, our foundation program is going to be about 4 studios. And these studios are 4 challenges that the society is facing. First is water. Second is climate change and environment. Third is democracy and justice.
So you're really saying bring the grand challenges into the classroom?
Bring absolutely into the classroom, because that motivates, and then tie in multiple ways in which you look at the grand challenge through a variety of different disciplines.
And they are by nature interdisciplinary.
They're by nature interdisciplinary, and it has one other advantage. You know, learning happens when the student engages. Now imagine a 17-year-old coming in and you start teaching Python programming, you start teaching Marx and Weber and Durkheim. It means nothing to that kid. You know? But as soon as you say, you know what, the big challenge that you and I face today is about water, actually they're motivated to able to engage. And once they start to engage, actually you can then pose any kind of information, knowledge systems to them. And I think that prepares them for a future. And otherwise, today, engineers are doing engineering science and not doing. Liberal arts programs are actually teaching as if 99.9% of the students go to do PhD. But actually, that's not the case. We have to get them to look in a very holistic way about teaching and learning. And that's what I think may prepare them into the future.
Thanks, Pankaj. That was very, very well articulated. So we have about 15 minutes. So I think we should open up questions to the audience, and we can take two questions at a time, and we can have our people respond. Can we have the mic towards the gentleman here, and then somebody at the back? Okay, you can go first.
Very good afternoon to each one of you. I hope everybody must have been benefited out of this session. Myself, I'm Prashant Parashar. I'm the principal of a school in New Delhi. It's N.K. Bagrodia Public School. Being an educationist for last 24 years, just wanted to take your opinion on this. I'm very passionate about value education, you know. What we have seen over the years is we talk a lot about mindfulness and all that thing, but what we have seen is, if I talk about, let me elaborate upon it for 2-3 minutes.
Yeah, I would request if you can make it crisp, just because we can take more questions.
What I'm trying to talk about is, we are not able to prepare our students to take the challenges of life head on. Problem here is, like if we're talking about menstrual hygiene, we segregate the boys and girls. We tell the girls only about menstrual hygiene. We do not ask the boys to sit along with them. That's the mindset which we have. We need to change it. Problem here is, I was wanting to talk about the problem related to critical thinking. We talk about critical thinking, we talk about risk-taking ability. But problem here is that if something happens on the road, a road rage, or case of a rape happening, are our students prepared to actually handle those situations? Or it's just a wishy-washy thing that we always talk about from the platform that the student should be prepared in this way, that way. But I sincerely believe that human engineering is not being done in schools. We should be prepared to take all these things head on. Otherwise, the man-making and character
that's
building,
more as a comment, not a question.
yeah.
Okay.
Man-making and character building education is actually not happening.
Okay.
Because, there's one more thing which I want to add on. The power of the advertisement to lure us all the time, the concept of objectification, the problem related to the duality aspect of consciousness, the problem related to awareness. Awareness is on a much higher level. Are we actually teaching these to the students? Respect for the woman, respect for the female fraternity, gender sensitization. Are we only talking about it, or is it actually happening in schools? Mindfully, I can be very unmindful of what you people are talking about. Mindfulness is something very difficult to exercise even by us. So that is what my question to you. How do we go about imparting the true value education to our students?
No, I think
in
those
the
are
real
great
sense of the
comments,
word?
Prashant, and we'll come back and take it. I also wanted to get Manit's question. Go ahead. And we'll address the questions together. Go ahead.
Can I hijack you because you have the mic closer to me?
Okay, she has the mic, so maybe you go,
mic,
and
so
then
I have the
Manit,
right.
somebody's
Yeah.
got you the mic already. Go ahead.
Sorry,
Okay.
sorry. I'll just give back to you. But this is a question to Dr. Craig. We're just observing what you're saying beautifully. You send the kids at Huron to volunteer for a lot of work, which I believe that's a wonderful way of, and that too without money. That's a wonderful way of putting them onto the real harshities of life. But I was just wanting to ask you that how do you integrate the bridging the gap between the urban and the rural? I do not know whether Canada has something similar to what our country has here. There's a lot of gap, and kids need to know the side of the world and that side of the world as well. Do you have something similar, and how do you bridge that gap? One is to understand the realities between the two kind of cultures, the urban and the rural. The other is the academic part of it. And then there are a lot of things which also most of you speakers have said. So how do you do in your country? Just like to know about it.
Your name, ma'am?
I'm Anjali Razdan, and I'm also 40 years in this whole thing, and I look younger.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll take Manit's question also, Dr. Craig, and then we can answer all three together.
Sure.
We've deprived him of his question.
So, Pankaj, what I wanted to understand is, there is definitely a great need for a more holistic curriculum, for more relevant context, for more authentic purpose to education. And in schools, and I come from a school background, so in schools it's very, very difficult to implement something of that sort because the only thing that is being tested is content knowledge. Although I would have, if we had time, I would have loved to speak about how we've tried to break that barrier in our own schools. But what is it, what do you think is preventing institutes of higher education to not take that leap? So Ahmedabad, for instance, is such a rich, diverse city, just in terms of the local problems and issues that exist in that city. There is so much that can be done. And then curriculum could be packed, content could be packed backwards from those contexts. So my question really is, what is stopping universities from making that move?
Okay, thank you. So maybe let's go with Dr. Craig first, and then we'll have Pankaj, and then we'll take the last question that Prashant raised.
Sure. I'll speak to just both of those really briefly. One was the urban and rural divide. I have the great good fortune that I was born poor. Poor by Canadian standards, not Indian standards. I was actually adopted as an orphan from an orphanage, and nobody in either part of the family had gotten through high school, let alone to university, and had this opportunity to come through from here to a different place. Then I found myself as president of a university where most of the students come from the elite sector of Canadian society. Almost all of our students come from private schools, and the three largest companies in Canada, the CEOs, all came from my small little university of just 1,500 students. So when I arrived, my question was, how do I fashion an elite form of education that is accessible, regardless of background. And so we made a commitment that 30% of our students will come for free, regardless of where they come from. And so we've been working hard, not only in Canada, but in the developing world and abroad, to find and recruit students from rural areas, from backgrounds that are disadvantaged socioeconomically. And then when they come, to work hard to make sure that they are integrated into the culture of our university. So I'm very explicit when I go to private schools to educate in Toronto and recruit students to say, you've grown up in a family of multimillionaires. You all want to do good. You want to save the whales, the environment, and everything else. Where you will start is by being kind to the person in the next room next month when you arrive on campus that didn't grow up like you did. And I'm really explicit about trying to build a culture of love and care at that level. And so that's the way we're trying to do this, so that at the end of the day, if we're successful in this experiment, and knock on wood that we will be, we will have a community of people who care for each other, regardless of where they come from. And just, Mana, your question, I mean, part of it's laziness, you know? It's a lot easier to test simply for content. It's a lot easier to admit students based on simple objective standards. But to be able to move beyond that and teach versatility, to be able to bring in students who come from a variety of backgrounds, all of those take more time and effort for higher education to deal with. But now we see, and this, my last point, is something that I think this panel was about, the skills that are going to be required in the disruptive economy aren't content skills. They're skills of intellectual versatility. And those are the ones that we need to be focusing on now. And it's a heck of a lot harder to do those, but the reward is much greater because you prepare students for 40 or 50 years of success and ultimate happiness, as opposed to frustration when 30 to 40% of the jobs disappear as whole industries are displaced. So rather than simply teaching content, and there's all kind of content that does have to be taught, you have to teach it with that sense of intellectual versatility. And that's what we're trying to attend to now, but it's challenging to do.
Thanks, Dr. Craig. I picked up a new term today, and that's very well articulated in terms of what curriculum and students can aim for. Pankaj, if you can take Manit's question, and maybe you have to go into the entire history of Indian higher education.
Thank you. Before I say that, I talk about that. This integrative or interdisciplinary education is not bereft of depth. I think this deep learning is very, very crucial to be able to add power to the intellectual vitality that you just mentioned. But coming to your question on higher education, I think there have been several historical reasons. I just mentioned one or two. In a country like India, scale is really a very big challenge. And it becomes very difficult when you have 20 lakh students writing an exam, and because everybody teaches to the exam, everybody studies to exam, and when you have few lakh papers to grade, you can well imagine. I'll give you an example. So there's somebody who was doing the CBSE kind of evaluation said, I tell my kids to use a highlighter and highlight the keywords even in a paragraph that you've answered, because they won't have time enough to read the entire paragraph. And they'll know, okay, this kid has picked it up. That's a real challenge. So regulator is a very, very big reason why many institutions of higher learning are not able to change. And I think unless we do that, but there are many in here that are experimenting in their own ways and trying to break new grounds. So very soon you'll see much change in the higher education landscape than what it was before.
Yeah, go ahead.
Vinita, I wanted to quickly address actually the first gentleman's question.
I just want to complete Manit's question, and then you can take the first one.
Oh, I thought we were done.
And Manit, if I can just add a line here, I do think the next 10, 15 years for higher education in India are going to be exciting. I mean, my personal view is it's only from 2006-07 that the shackles around higher education regulation in India have started to come apart. It's still not happening in school education, so some of you still... Yeah, but I think the next, and as Pankaj rightly said, there are many new experiments happening. I think the next 15 years are going to be exciting. So there's something to look forward to. Sorry.
No, that's okay. Yeah, so I wanted to go back to the gentleman with the first question. I think that's an incredibly important point, and it actually came up in the earlier session as well, which is that how do you develop social consciousness among students at the school level? And that seems to have gone away with time, and you made a really good distinction where you said it's a distinction between social skills and soft skills, which we talk a lot about, but social consciousness about larger social issues that are surrounding students is something that's quite different, and that needs to be developed. And I think part of the issue is that that the curriculum can almost be, is almost sanitized in a way where topics and content that's uncomfortable for students, that would actually place them right at the center of the social issues that they're surrounded by, is simply not taught because it's too uncomfortable. And there are those topics in India that I will not get into that are not being taught because they are uncomfortable for students, but I'll use the example of the US. And two examples are immigration issues, I was thinking of the second example, but yes, race issues, thank you. Race relations and immigration issues are really hot button issues right now, but they are not being discussed honestly and candidly in most schools because they're uncomfortable. So students are learning immigration, but they're learning about Ellis Island and immigration that happened in the 1800s and 1900s because that's a safe space. So I think your point is really well taken, that as we think about creating global citizens, and this comes back again to addressing the grand challenges, how do we first and foremost get them used to talking about the gender issues or sort of the really good examples that you gave within the classroom? Otherwise, we can never shape them into being those global citizens.
I also want to actually share a reflection on what you said, sir. In fact, my observation is a little contrary, because I feel that the generation of kids today are far more aware, are far more socially conscious, are far more vocal, ask far many more questions than, I mean, if I think of myself as a student in school, I will not even give myself 1 on 10 on the kind of things the kids of today are, in the way in their openness, awareness, and ability to talk or raise issues. So that is, I feel encouraged by that. In fact, to your point, Rajika, it's true. I think how many of us of our age, of us who are the so-called educators, how many of us are so socially conscious to be able to bring that into our classrooms or even in our discussions with our students? Because the kind of social consciousness or that ability to take responsibility that some of the examples you gave, I believe it takes years and hours of culturing of your consciousness to be able to rise to the level that you want to take responsibility for something which doesn't immediately affect you or prick you or bother you. So it is not a button on off training that you can do. It comes with years of nurturing of the consciousness in itself, not the social consciousness, our own consciousness, and how much are we aware of it. And I really feel that we are not even connected to ourselves, forget connecting to others. So I think that is the first step. And yes, there are no easy answers, but it is important we at least talk about it openly and kind of then see how it evolves. Yeah.
Thank you. I think we've run out of time, and I've already sort of got a signal from Ganesh that we should be closing. It's been an outstanding conversation, and I think if I can just sort of summarize, and I think while some of the ideas of collaboration, resilience, and a lot that was talked of was also talked of in a similar session earlier. So I thought maybe let me pick the 4 or 5 themes which I probably picked up, which I thought was not covered earlier. I think the one I picked up from Dr. Craig, which is really around this intellectual versatility. So looking at that as a form of preparing our students for 2040. The second, I think what Pankaj very, very clearly brought forth is the integrative approach, especially bringing in the grand challenges into the classroom. I quite love that. I mean, suddenly you made the classroom interdisciplinary, you brought in the grand challenges, and you've brought the problem-solving toolkit, right? So I think the whole integrative approach to learning is definitely something to look forward to for 2040. The whole notion of service and meditation, I think, and building the community, which Dr. Craig also brought forth. I think that has its own notion of developing a social and emotional consciousness, which also wasn't talked of. Rajika brought forth right in the beginning this whole notion of innovation, and I wish we had more time to talk about that, because that clearly, to me, is also a key sort of skill and attribute that will define how students shape up for 2040. And I wanted to add two more to this list, which I had actually picked up from this wonderful report, which you, if you get an opportunity, you should read. This was published by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. It's called The Future of Education and Skills Framework 2030. And so it talks of three skills which can define careers. One was creating new value or innovation, which Rajika already spoke of. The second, which I found very interesting, reconciling tensions and dilemmas. So really the ability to balance equity and freedom, autonomy and community, empathy, or being able to understand others, right? So really that ability to reconcile tension, and we see that all around. And the third, which I picked up, which is really around the self, is taking responsibility. So these are sort of the three it talks of. And if we add that to the four that came out from the panel, so maybe that could be some of the learnings from this session. Thank you very much, and it's been wonderful speaking to all of you.
Thank you so very much. Thank you very much. So now we have another networking opportunity, and what I'll do is I'll make sure to connect with panel 3, but we have about a half an hour. So if everybody can continue to ask questions, reflect on what you just heard, and we will reconvene just before 3 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, I think we are ready to get started officially this time. So we had 2 warnings, and now this is the official. And I'm going to pull Rupa up here if I have to. And she's ready. No, you are. The good cop, bad cop. I am the good cop. You are the bad cop. Okay, well, I think we will go ahead and get started. And thank you, all of the panelists, for being up here and being here today. Our panel, the topic today, or for the final session, is Learn to Fail or Fail to Learn, how failure sets you up for success. And I want to share with you a little bit about how this panel actually came into being in terms of a topic for today. And I really wish my dear colleague Raja Guha-Takurta could have stayed here with us, and yet he's doing sessions, I think, at a fair on careers in astrophysics. But he and I, 2 years ago, were at the GPS school, I believe, in the Delhi area, and we had this conversation with teachers at the time, and really reflecting on the culture that we have. And it's not just the Indian culture, it's in the US, and it's in many other cultures around the world, where there's a complete and inherent fear of failure. And do any of you happen to have students or parents who don't like the idea of failure? Okay, Rupa, that can't possibly be you. Raise your hands proudly, right? So as a society, or as humans, it seems like we have this inherent fear of failure, which I personally think is really, really unfortunate, because as I read about this idea, and I think of musicians, you know, we're in the Mumbai area, it's a very creative area. You have actors, you have scientists, and Elizabeth, I can't tell you how excited that, you know, you're here joining us today as well as the other panelists, because failure is such a critical part of learning, and there's so many valuable aspects that come from failing. And so in my mind, and we were, you know, speaking up here as a panel, that, you know, my dream in my career someday may be actually teaching a class on the value of failure and what it means and what we learn from each and every failure. And then it makes me start thinking, how do you define failure? Like, what really is a failure? Because one of my colleagues told me that FAIL, F-A-I-L, can be this most amazing acronym that is first attempt in learning. And so it's a beautiful acronym. And if you don't learn anything from today, maybe that's your new acronym, right? First attempt in learning. And I think all of us think of people like Thomas Edison. Any idea how many times he, and again, I want to make it positive, how many attempts in learning he had? What's that? 10,000, Rupa, you've researched this as well. 10,000 times he had an opportunity to learn before it actually worked. And I think of, Michael Jordan. I'm a big, being in the Bay Area in California, a huge Warriors fan, but I think all of us think of Michael Jordan and how many times he was cut from basketball teams because he wasn't good enough. And there's, somebody, as I was reading recently, thinking about this topic, anybody in here have a Dyson vacuum cleaner? Anybody heard of the Dyson vacuum cleaner? Nobody would patent this. Nobody would work with him on this. And he had over 5,000 attempts in learning. And so I think it's this theme that we heard about earlier about perseverance and resilience. I don't think the individuals that are successful to some degree may not be any more special than other people that never made it that far, but maybe they had more confidence, more resilience, more perseverance, and that's why they were successful. It may not have been their pure talent. I think it was their perseverance that may have actually really led them to that success. So I want us to think about this, and I think we'll tie together some of the topics we had this morning as well. And I'll save some of my thoughts for questions as I work with the panelists, but I think we will start on the far end. Yes, I'm going to start on that side with introductions. And each panelist has been asked to introduce themselves and tell a little bit about their institution or their organization and what this panel topic means to them, and then a personal or a professional or an institutional experience related to the topic.
So you want us to just do the intros first, or you want to do the whole?
The whole 5 minutes.
Oh, the whole 5 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me. My name is Pramat Sinha. I'm actually teaching a course online on failure, and one of the things that we ask people to do is do a failure resume. So why don't I tell you my failure?
That is beautiful.
Why don't I tell you about my failure resume? My first big failure was that I lost my elections for the student council president of my school. One of my classmates happens to be in the room. And he will remember that I was a shoo-in for the candidates, but I lost the election very much like Hillary Clinton did, because my opposition candidate said he had a hole in his heart and he wasn't going to live too long, so he deserved to be the president. This is indeed a true story. I got into one of the most coveted universities in this country, the Indian Institute of Technology at Kanpur, and I had to spend 4 years studying a subject that I hated. I had no idea what I was doing, because in our country, based on your rank in an exam, you get to decide what you get to study. I went on to become an academic and thought I was getting the best academic job in the world and a tenure track position at a top university in Canada, the University of Toronto, and I hated it. I resigned from the job in 18 months. I was a failure. I sold out to the world of business. Most of my academic friends think that I really was a failure. My business friends think I'm a failure as well, because I didn't ever get an MBA, but I then went on to found a business school. And I thought I knew how to found business school, so I started something in Baroda called the Sanskriti School of Business. How many of you know about the Sanskriti School of Business? Some of you do. Well, it's a failure. It doesn't exist anymore. It lasted only 2 years. I started the 9.9 School of Convergence, thinking that, if I could build a school of business that was internationally acclaimed, I could build a journalism school, and that failed too. I won't quiz you on that. I think most of us don't do this. But I think inwardly we all know that our successes really come from our failures. And I've been very privileged to work with several of you here over the years in the founding of the Indian School of Business, Ashoka University, now Anant National University, and several other new universities that I'm associated with, including the New Rail University in Baroda, and a new online program called Harappa Education, which you should check out, where we're actually trying to teach online a lot of the things that people talked about in the first session. I fundamentally believe that while our education system has focused a lot on providing technical and functional knowledge,
and this has become even more so over the last few years. What people have forgotten, at least in higher education, is that colleges and universities were created in the very first place to help people find their own voice. This morning, people were talking about purpose and sort of the reason for being and so on. At the end of the day, the whole university system was seen to be meant for the elites who would graduate from the sort of mundane knowledge gaining and learning at school to liberate themselves. And that's how the idea of the liberal arts came, from the narrow confines of profession, and be able to contemplate who they were and what they were about, and so on. Unfortunately, over time, with economic development and progress, our schools and colleges have really become part of feeding the economic engine of talent and tools and skills, and so on. What I'm trying to do is make the argument that, in fact, we need to do that, but we also need to do all of those things that you all were talking about in the first two sessions. And I believe that all our students deserve that training or that learning, not just the ones that go into your schools, which are inherently privileged. And the only way to do that is online, and I know that the first thing you will say is, how can you ever teach somebody how to think critically online? I think that's a challenge that we all have, because never in the history of the human race have we ever had to educate the number of Indians that we have to do in this country. 25 million kids survive the act of birth every year, and they have to be educated. You can't do that in the classroom or in front of a blackboard, and so you have to find other ways to get to them. So I think fundamentally that's the challenge we have. Now, in our world, in the world that you and I inhabit, which is the brick and mortar, I think some of the ways in which we've tried to do this, at least in India, several people from Ashoka are here, is by fundamentally giving people the choice that I didn't have. The choice to choose a subject and realize that it's not your subject. The choice to know that, listen, if metallurgical engineering doesn't work, I can go study physics. And if I don't like physics, I can go do economics. Fundamentally, no university in India does that. Very few do. I mean, I would argue that some do now, but it's almost the exception that proves the rule. So that fundamental act of giving students choice and flexibility is the first thing you need to provide in the education system, and without that, you don't know that you made a mistake or fail. I think what Anunay may have spoken about earlier and what we're trying to do in design and design thinking and design education is fundamentally, again, teaching people about trying something, failing, fixing, trying it, failing, fixing, trying it, failing, fixing, and working on real world problems than only proving theorems or equations. So I'll stop here. The spectacular failure for me still is losing to a guy who felt he had a hole in his heart. I cannot live that down. I will never forget it. And since then, I've never been arrogant enough to take an election for granted. I did get a chance to meet Hillary Clinton, and I told her this whole story, and she didn't know why the hell I was telling her this story.
Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you.
Hi, that was excellent. My name is Dr. Sameer Dalwai. I'm a developmental and behavioral pediatrician. I don't have as exciting a failure story as you said, and that's only because I consider myself very privileged. I have great parents and a great home, so I don't have any of the failure stories of Edison or of Christopher Gartner in the beautiful film Pursuit of Happiness. Those are real great failure stories. But I do have a lot of failure stories of the thousands of children that I've had the privilege to work with, children with special needs or differently abled children who were considered failures in their schools. Many of them were asked to leave their schools. Many of them were even denied admissions to schools. And these are the children with learning disabilities and autism and cerebral palsy. This prompted me to move from being a pediatrician who looked at cough and runny noses and fevers and vaccines to somebody who works on developmental pediatrics. And I realized that child development is basically the acquisition of new skills and new functions so that we can live. A child learns to sit, then he learns to stand, then she learns to walk, learns to understand what people speak, then learns to speak herself, and so on and so forth. And what it teaches us is each skill starts with desire, motivation to learn that skill. The next step is to attempt it, and the third step is to fail at it. There's no child who's learned to walk a few steps without falling down in the very first or second step. And it's getting up again and attempting again that helps you do this. And it's very simple because we are born with 200 billion neurons. But by the time we are 2 years old, most of our development is over and we are down to 100 billion neurons. But what's very important is how the neurons connect to each other. Every time we fail and we fall, the neurons connect differently to each other till they hit the right combination and we are able to walk. And that's how we learn this sequence of development. And what's very important to remember is one, there's a definite sequence. You can't change it. And second, until you master that particular skill, which is called acquisition, you will not be able to move on to the next skill. So where is learning? Learning and failure are what happens between mastery and the skill. Because learning is a process which leads you to acquisition and to mastery. And nowhere is this more important than the social skills. While currently today, we are more focused on gadget skills for children. And we have people saying with pride that my child can use so-and-so gadget. But we have a huge deficit when it comes to social skills. And I'd like to say that this is not going to be taught in a classroom or in a laboratory only. It has to be taught in the community. And to learn social skills, it's not enough to have only a mom and a dad because you can learn only that set of skills. It's very important to have you have the uncles and the aunts and the grandmothers and the grandfathers because it's very important to have that cantankerous grandfather, that generous aunt, that magnanimous uncle or the aloof cousin. And that's where you learn all of this. And why is that important? Because the most important essential ingredient in development is failure, and in social life, it's the ability to hear and digest no. Today, unfortunately, the world has changed so much that we think it's terrible to say no to our child. We don't want our child to be disappointed. And we want to create a false bubble for our child where everything is so perfect, so easy, and success is what is the most essential thing. So the point I'd like to make is, are we forgetting somewhere how important failure is? And in trying to construct an artificial glib, so-called fake success world for our child, are we in fact setting him up for failure? So I'd like to conclude with a sher in Urdu or Hindi, which I'm sorry some of you may not be able to comprehend, so I can explain that later, which says, धूप में निकलो, घटाओं में नहाकर देखो, जिंदगी है क्या किताबों को हटाकर देखो. Kitab, of course, is a metaphor for existing knowledge. So, धूप में निकलो, घटाओं में नहाकर देखो, जिंदगी है क्या किताबों को हटाकर देखो, फासला नजरों का धोखा भी तो हो सकता है, फासला नजरों का धोखा भी तो हो सकता है, वो मिले या न मिले, हाथ बढ़ाकर देखो. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Elizabeth.
Okay. Well, first of all, I want to say thank you very much for inviting me here from Australia to come and present to you. I'm just delighted to be here. My name's Elizabeth Croft. I am the Dean of Engineering at Monash University, which is one of the largest universities in the world and one of the most international, which is something that I find really exciting. We have 78,000 students, which is a huge number for an Australian university. And we have campuses, including a campus here at the IITB, where we have graduated over 120 PhD students jointly with the IITB, mainly in engineering, which is my favorite thing, but also in science. And it's just a fantastic collaboration. So I'm very proud of that. So I can tell you a few of my failures. One of my first failures is, according to my parents at the time, I didn't become a doctor. Okay, I chose engineering. But the fabulous thing is that my parents gave me the freedom to take that choice and to find out that I was wrong. Well, anyways, I went and I studied engineering at the University of British Columbia in Canada. And one of the things that I discovered in engineering is that it is all about failure. It is all about something called the design spiral, which is design, test, break, design, build, test, break it, figure out about it, and do it again. And so the practice of engineering is the practice. The best engineers are the ones that design, test, and fail early, figure out why they failed, and then do it again. And so that is so that they can make it better. And so that practice of failure is something that I think is something that we have to embrace as we go into the technological age and look at all the things that we can build and will build in the future, and giving our children the opportunity to make mistakes. The best thing that my parents ever did for me was let me go outside and play in the garage and break stuff, because it was that opportunity to try things out. And the best things that parents can do for their daughters when they're struggling with math and physics is to let them struggle, to let them cry, to tell them that they're going to be fine, that's great, and to love them, but to let them struggle, because that is what builds resilience, and that's what creates kids that are going to be able to go on and be successful. So a little bit of my journey. I studied engineering. I worked as a professional engineer in a consulting industry. That was exciting, but then I decided I would go back. I ended up studying AI and robotics at U of T, which was really fun, actually, and I then, from then on, went and worked as an academic for 23 years before I came down to Australia. And one of the things that I did as an academic, and probably my biggest failure, was redesigning the second year of our mechanical engineering program to be an entirely integrated program where we taught things together. We taught math and electrical engineering and solid mechanics and dynamics all together in these subjects that weren't compartmentalized but were run together. And I believed that if we did this, we would have better education, because the kids would learn across the subjects and they would learn interdisciplinary. And I remember thinking this is going to be fantastic. And by about week 4 into the program that we had spent, a year designing, realizing that it was a colossal disaster. I had kids standing up on their desk in the classroom, so frustrated because it was hard and they were failing. They were struggling. And it turned out that we survived the first year, and it actually became one of the university's flagship undergraduate programs. But it was a colossal failure the first year, and I was terrified that it was a huge failure and I would be kicked out of the university and all these things. But it was so important to try, to experiment, to have some kids be very unhappy with you, some undergraduates, and to ultimately persevere and succeed, because it did improve their education when they had to struggle with concepts across different disciplines. So now I'm here now I'm in Australia at Monash. I'm learning again. I think I'm failing again sometimes, but it is fantastic to be able to see how education can work interdisciplinarily. One of the things I'm very excited about is the way that we offer double degrees, where students can make choices, right? Where they can do arts and engineering, or they can do business and science. And that is so fantastic, because they can try, and they can decide they like it or don't like it, but they have that opportunity to continue. Another thing I think is wonderful is the opportunity to offer a common first-year program where you can try out electrical engineering or mechanical engineering or civil engineering, maybe decide that you really don't like materials. Can't happen. But that electrical engineering is fantastic and is the source of all knowledge, perhaps. But it's something that you want to do. So again, letting people try, decide, fail, try again. It's just something that's been so important for my journey. And I'm happy to share that with folks today. So thank you very much.
Thank you so very much.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Myself, Dr. Bhimraya Metri. Currently, I am director at Indian Institute of Management, Tiruchirappalli, Tamil Nadu. Myself, I am coming from a very small village, a remotest part of Sangli districts of Maharashtra, a very small village. It is always a drought area. I am son of the farmer, first generation educator. So after 10th, actually, I tried to get admission to diploma, because in village, the 10th education itself is a great education. But when I tried diploma, I could not get admission because 75 percentage was the cutoff, and mine was 74.43. So I lost. Then I have to go to science. Then I went to Solapur for 11th and 12th. It is 75 kilometers from my place. It is 2,000 population is my village. And then I did DAV college. I did my 11th and 12th. Then I got admission to Government Engineering College, Karad. And in those days, civil engineering was a dream for any engineering student. Engineering means people used to think only civil engineering. But I could not get civil engineering, I got electrical. Then I got electrical, I was getting some regional engineering college in those days, that is NIT Nagpur, metallurgy and mining and all. But this was not at all known to anybody. Then finally, I took electrical engineering at Government College, Karad. And then first year again, I tried hard, and then again, those who fail in first year, in all the branches, those who score high, they accommodate them in other branches. So then again, after the first year, I moved to civil engineering. So that was the dream. I got civil engineering. And when you join the engineering, at that time, in those days, Government of Maharashtra, they used to take a bond. So after engineering, it is 84, 83, 84, 85. So after completion of engineering, I will join a state government job, or wherever state government says. I will not go to other state, and I will not go to abroad. You know, that was the bond. When we completed engineering and we came to Central Building, Pune for job, because before that, even if you fail one subject, they used to give the job, and later on you clear the subject. Till 86, 87, that was the position. So when we came, they said that bond is no more valid, you can go anywhere, but you don't come to us. So then I joined one small civil engineering firm, Maharashtra Industry Development Corporation. I worked about 15 months, and then I moved to teaching one of the engineering college in Kolhapur district, Varnanagar. And that post was not in general category, but I joined for 11 months, and then I moved to, again, another engineering college in Mumbai University. Then I worked about 7 years. And well, you see, while working, even though I was selected based on the university selection and all, but in that college, some political pressure in those days, Deve Gowda was a prime minister, pressure came from Lalu Prasad and Deve Gowda for one faculty position. And I was selected merit 1, and another person was number 2, but number 2 became number 1, and number 1 was given temporary appointment. So then I took, and then after working 7 years, I left, and then I decided to join PhD program. I joined IIT Bombay PhD. When I joined IIT Bombay PhD program, then after going there, I decided if at all I want to do the job, I have to do where there is a campus life, like IIT. So then I completed PhD 3 years. I joined December 97, and 2001 I completed. And when I applied, I got the Department of Civil Engineering, IIT Guwahati, Vinod Gupta School of Management, IIT Kharagpur, and BITS Pilani. So first I got BITS, and they said option is open for you. You want to join management or you want to join civil engineering. Choice is yours. And then Kharagpur, it was Vinod Gupta School of Management, because while doing my PhD, I selected this School of Management, Shailesh J. Mehta School of Management. In those days, that Shailesh J. was not there, School of Management. And then my MTech professor said, if you do PhD in management, you can't be a professor in engineering, as per the University Act. And I used to get almost my salary, 13,000, and then another engineering department, I got admission 2 places, and here the scholarship was 3,000. So leaving a job of 12,000, and then out of that I had to choose, and my guide said you have to better to do engineering than the management. So then I joined engineering, I completed, and then finally out of these 3 institutions, leaving 2 IITs, I joined BITS Pilani. So BITS Pilani, I was there, and afterwards when the publication, everything I did for 5 years, but BITS norm is every 5 year, everybody is temporary there, BITS Pilani, you know. Every 5 year, you will be elevated to next position, or you maintain the same position, or you will be told to leave the institution in 6 months if the performance is bad. So when I joined in between, because every 5 year it comes in February of 2001 it was there, and 2005 was the 5 year, but I joined in August. So when my term came, I could not complete 5 year. My consideration, they could not do next cycle of 5 year, because you have come in between, and your case we will take up separately. But I said, your whatever the contribution based per promotion should be there, elevation should be there, it should not be time bound. Why you are 5 year, even though few months are less than 5 year, but you should consider, you look at my publications, I published 9 papers, and I contributed, I am looking up to PhD program, entire university. They said nothing, this is our norm. So sometimes we work for rules, not for performance. So then I resigned at the day they said your case is not considered. I resigned, and then I joined, I left there. They are not considered my position, assistant professor to associate. I left and I joined MDI Gurgaon. There they took me associate professor. MDI I was getting, and Kirloskar Institute of Management, Karnataka I was getting. Then I joined MDI. When I joined MDI, within 2 years, they not only, before completion of my probation, I was elevated to full professor from associate. And then 2010-11, I was eligible for the position of vice chancellors and all. Then I looked back to BITS Pilani, who elevated in those days when I left, they were still associate professors. But I left and I moved to MDI. So like that, every time, whenever you get a setback, you always raise the bar, you move to the next orbit. That is what my personal experience. Today, whatever I am there, it is all due to failures. So failure is essential for success. So from MDI, I went to another institute, IMI New Delhi, and it was 37th when I moved. And then it became number 7 in NIF government ranking. Then I left when it was its peak and joined L&T. And from L&T, Larsen and Toubro, after 25 years, I moved to industry, from academics to industry. And then I moved to Trichy. So basically, anything you do, on the path to success, there are curves called failures. And there are loops called, whatever the curve, and then loops called confusions. So in the life, we are full of curves and full of loops. It is never a straight line. So it is always zigzag fashion. So many failures, they are the steps in the success. So we should welcome, we should accept, we should never afraid of failures. That is what my personal experience is. And the confusion means basically decision. You have to create yourself. And that too in different phases. Like Pramadji, is a great success story, if you want to put in the term of success term, even though he's teaching failures. But you see where he started and where he has reached, and now he's a great advisor for building the great institutions. So this all different avatar, if you look at the gods, same God has appeared in different avatars. Is it not? So in the life also, we are appearing in different phases, in different organization or different positions, and it is all because of the failures, because of breaks, because of crisis. And that is why I must say, we should celebrate the failure. Then only we move to the next orbit. And some of the corporates today, there are awards for the failure, there are awards for the success. We should treat them equally, because same effort, energy is required to fail and to succeed.
Well,
thank you very much.
No, I think that's really valuable. Thank you. Well, I was reflecting a lot, Vineet, on your panel, because you think about the careers for 2040, and I'm really interested, Samir, in your thoughts related to, again, I think of vast uncertainty, and I think when we think about the careers of 2040, I think it was we really don't know. We had the list of, I think, 6 different professions, but I think the reality is we really don't know what those careers are. There's a lot of uncertainty. And so do you think going into the future, thinking of the careers in 2040, that this idea of being able to embrace failure is even more important than it has been in the past, less important, or the same?
In many ways, it is the same, but the difference is going to be from the point that I touched. I think there's too much of emphasis and a one-sided approach being given to technological advancement. Of course, it has made our life easier. I mean, there's no discussion on that. But we are missing out on the negative parts of it, and everything has a positive and a negative. And I see today, even kids, school children, I see a huge gap in their social understanding and their ability to empathize. That's missing. And I read this lovely article by a lady who, I mentioned that, she said, are we creating an artificial bubble world for our kids? She says, I am from Kerala, and I used to go down by train from Mumbai to Kerala when I was in school. And it was a 2.5 day trip on the train. But the advantage was we could eat whatever we wanted on the train because mother never let us eat it at home. And we could speak to all kinds of strangers. So after all these years, I decided to take my 7-year-old and a 10-year-old boys to Kerala by train for once instead of the flight, because now we go by flight. So I thought they'll really have a great time. And we booked a first-class compartment as well. From the moment they entered the train, for the next 2 days, they just kept cribbing. They just kept complaining, this smells so bad, the food is so terrible, where are my cornflakes? And she said, I realized that we have created a bubble for them. So as we go ahead, I think it's going to be a big challenge for the children to be able to empathize with each other and to connect to each other. And in that manner, failure is going to be more difficult because it's going to be a lonely failure. Whereas today, whatever failures all of us have had, we still had that friend to put an arm around, or somebody put an arm around us. Going ahead, I think the real careers are going to be gerontologists, loneliness experts, and somebody is just going to spend time listening to you. Thank you.
That's terrific. Thank you. Well, I want to make sure that we have plenty of time for the audience to either have some reactions, ask some questions, and then if you have a particular panelist that you would like to address the question to, that would be wonderful. And once we answer, if somebody else in the audience, because your experience is very vast and deep, so don't hesitate to raise your hand for not even another question, but maybe an additional response. So in the back?
Okay, so I needed to talk about the family demography. And I wanted to ask the doctor, the pediatrician.
And if you could introduce yourself again.
Yeah,
your
I'm
name
Seema Sapru, and I'm the principal of the Heritage School, Kolkata.
Thank you, Seema.
So here, you see, children have never heard a no from their parents. They've never heard a wait from their parents. So when you ask them to stand in a line and ask them to wait for somebody else, they find that they're being humiliated. They think they're being humiliated. And if you change the section of a child from A to B, the child is so depressed, and the mother faints in my office, saying that, how can the child take it? She has all her friends in that other class, other section. Please change her section immediately, otherwise she'll commit suicide. She's refusing to come to school. Doesn't that happen?
Absolutely.
So here we're talking about failure. They can't even, you ask them to wait for a moment. Okay, let the child help himself or herself to something. But ma'am, I was here and I was there. So you see, I'm talking on behalf, I think, because we as educators, we experience that every single day. So where is the question of failure? Does a parent want the child to fail? Not at all. Not at all. We are trying our best. We are talking to parents. We are doing everything. Maybe 10% of the parents listen to us, but the other 90% are still the same. So how do we deal with it, sir? Please, if you could help us.
Okay, just similar line, one of in my previous institute, that is a postgraduate program in management, one student failed after first year, and his father was working in government job, central government, and he came and he told one of our professor that my kid is very depressed, and now he is looking at the fan every time, and his mother is very worried, and sir, you have to pass him. So he came, he told our placement officer and the placement dean, and he came to me, said, this is serious, it is a life and death problem, so you have to do something. I said, we are not taking the responsibility of their child, that he is a postgraduate student, more than 20 years. So if everybody will tomorrow suicide, then you have to pass them, then there is no question of failing. So then I said, nothing can be done. It is their responsibility to take care of their kid. Then the father, mother, they came, they started crying. I said, nothing can be done. It is your responsibility. If anything happened, you are responsible, we are not responsible. As an academic institution, we cannot bring down our academic rigor. I tell you, there is no fan. Fan was, doing its job, but this fellow, nothing happened, and he left the program, and he is working somewhere else. So sometimes, we have to be tough on issue, and that is need of an hour, It is my experience a few years back in Delhi.
Now, is there another response? Somebody had their hand up there with a microphone.
Can I take that question, please? Just.
Oh, yes, Samir, yes, please.
So
Thank you,
Sapna,
thank you.
Yeah. I think today what will happen is there will be a morcha outside the school, and there will be the social media with camera, and you will be held responsible if something goes wrong with the child. So I'll just give you my perspective. I work with children with autism, and I have a completely different take on it. That's for another day. Once the child starts understanding verbal commands and following verbal commands, I tell them as a matter of treatment or whatever you call it, make sure every weekend you take your child to an uncle's house or an aunt's house or a grand uncle's house, spend the time there with that family, then for 5 minutes go away, come back, next time go away for 10 minutes, keep the child alone. Because when the child goes to another cousin's house, the dynamics of that house are different from your house. In my house, I may be allowed to go in with my shoes. My uncle's house, I may not be allowed. So when I enter my uncle's house, I'll say, keep your shoes outside. Otherwise, don't come in. Now, if I want to eat that cake that my aunt has baked, I need to follow her orders. I may hate her, but I want to have that cake. So I learn to control myself, keep my shoes outside, go in, have the cake and run away. And that's what teaches a child in the school and in community. I think it's very important for us to give this message to parents that learning to be disappointed or learning to hear no is more essential than learning to hear yes. And I think as educationists, if we give this message out right from the beginning, it'll help. Thank you.
Thank you, excellent. Any other responses to that? So I have the gentleman in the middle, and then we'll go over there.
I'll be short. I have a confusion myself, and I'm seeking help from everybody else. When a student comes to me, age 16, and tells me, I don't know what I want to do. So how do I help that child? Because this confusion in their minds makes the parent tell them, do this. And as educators, I think sometimes we are not able to help them out to figure out what is it that they really want to do and how is it different from what they're good at. So are they two different things or the same things? And I think I need help in that area.
If I may respond to that, or would you like to ask your question?
No, go ahead. I was going to respond.
Sorry. I'll take a quick minute. We get this a lot at Ashoka, and I've been facing this for now almost 15 years. Interestingly, I am that person. I'm always confused. And what helps is to tell people that actually it's not confusion, but the truth is that they genuinely don't know, and that doesn't mean confusion. And the other thing I often tell people is that in fact, they are lucky that they have lots of choices. And you turn the confusion around to choices. And then you say, listen, the reason you are confused is that these are all good choices. Otherwise, you wouldn't be confused. So things are very different, in fact, that you could do any of these things. In the back of your mind, you know that you're not, some of those things may not work out, but that gets to the point about failure. So you're not actually giving them bad advice at all. All you're saying is, hey, if you don't know, choose something. And if you still don't know what to choose, why don't you try a bunch of things out and let the world choose for you? I had the same problem that Elizabeth had, where my parents wanted me to do medicine, and I didn't want to do medicine, and I didn't know what to do. So I did medicine. I studied biology also, and as it turned out, I got very good marks in biology, but I didn't clear any of the entrance tests, and that decided my future, and that's fine, So I do think that somewhere taking the fear out of the making of choice helps from a counseling perspective and from a guidance perspective. That's at least my personal experience.
I'd like to add that education, you can never, my grandfather also always told me, just try stuff, just go in education, because education is the one thing no one can take away from you. And that is just absolutely crucial. So indeed, they should try, they should, and that the fact is, if you try something, if you start with, I don't know, science or medicine or engineering, and you find that you don't like it and you take a shift, first of all, that's not a disaster, that's not a failure, that's something that you learned that you will be able to reach back and will help you with that next thing. And in a future that we have, where we really don't know what the next jobs are going to be, the people that have that value add, that opportunity, that I know something about this topic, but I am also a fantastic musician, or I've learned about psychology, or, you know, I've studied some biology. Those are value adds. Those are things that they bring to the table that nobody else has. So I absolutely agree. They should try. Personally, I think you should sometimes try everything, but then focus on what you really find as your passion.
We have a comment with the mic there, and then I'll have a comment, and then we'll go to another question.
Okay, I have a sort of sociological response to both of these
And can you
questions.
introduce yourself to make sure everybody, I know most
my name is
everybody knows
Shalini
you.
Advani. I am the director of Pathway School in Noida. So I think at the moment we're living through a time of huge disparity in values. You know, a generation or two generations ago, there was a broad social agreement on understanding the importance of patience and hard work and perseverance, and whether it was you as a school head or parents, youth agreed that these are important values to teach children. Now that has broken down. And so what happens is we as educators feel, you know, learn to deal with hardship, learn to deal with disappointment. Those are important values that will build you up as an adult. And parents don't feel that. And children certainly don't see the value of that. And so it becomes part of our role as educators to be sort of proselytizers for this, to go with an understanding that it's not a shared value system anymore. I remember, you know, I had a grandparent who was an educator, and one of the things that she would point out was, and this was probably in the early 60s, was that you had parents coming into private schools who weren't comfortable with speaking English. And she said, you know, it is really strange that you have all of these people who can't speak English and yet they want a private education. Now, today, none of us would even think this. We recognize parents of all types and all value systems, and that is one thing that has changed. Similarly, we're going through a change in a different set of values. And I think we need to proselytize and convince about the value of that and not take it for granted that parents will buy into that. It's a battle. It's a daily battle for us. For the other one about, you know, that a student who says, I don't know what to do, you know, we have to recognize that we set very false time periods. One child at 16 or 17 knows what they want to do, another one doesn't. The problem is that we have these unnatural boundaries, which says that at the end of school you must know what to do at the next level. That's one of the reasons I'm a real fan of liberal arts programs, because it sort of leaves it open-ended. And my response always is that, you know, do something which gives you the widest possible choice. You'll make up your mind, you know, later, maybe when you're 22 or 25, but keep it open-ended till then.
Thank you so much. Well, my perspective is I personally don't think any 16-year-old should know what they want to be when they grow up, because they are so young and they're in their formative years. So I get more concerned when somebody says they know exactly what they want to do. And I really appreciate the comment about the liberal arts degree, because that is part of the exploration process. And one of my favorite stories at the University of California, Santa Cruz, is a young student, one of the first entering classes that came into the campus in the 60s, and she thought she wanted to be a French literature major. And she was forced to take science classes because the literature students have to take math, they have to take science, the science students have to take arts, they have to take writing. So her academic advisor kept telling her, you need to take your sciences. And she kept pushing it off, and finally took an earth sciences class. And guess what happened when she took the earth sciences class? She fell in love with it. And so then she took another earth sciences class, and she ended up changing her major from French literature to earth sciences, and she went on to become the first American woman to walk in space. And so you think about the power of having the flexibility. She thought she knew exactly at 18 what she wanted to do, but because the education required that broader exploration, and so I'm grateful for a lot of your schools that are pushing those boundaries in high school, because in my opinion, no 16-year-old should know exactly what they want to be when they grow up. I'm going to have the other Samir. Did you still have a question, Samir?
I have the mic here.
Oh, you have the mic there, and then we'll go
Yes.
to Samir. We have a lot of questions, and let's see. Well, we can go a little bit over for. We've got plenty of time. So go in the back.
So I have two questions. The first one is, like, the market is open with a number of aptitude and psychometric assessments, telling the parents and the students will tell you this and will tell you that, A to Z things. How authentic are they, and do they really help children? And the second question is that the students are now getting closer to online education from the formal education. How helpful and how good it is going to be for the students in terms of the content and in terms of placements both. Thank you.
Certainly, I think, well, my experience personally with psychometric assessments was absolutely terrible, because the assessment said I should be a librarian. And that was a complete fail. I think that determination and willingness to learn and openness are far more the hallmark of a person's success than any psychometric test. Sometimes it's worth exploring, so I wouldn't say no to them, because it's worth exploring, and they may suggest things that a student hadn't thought about, but they're certainly not prescriptive. Right? So it's really about, again, exploring and giving kids the opportunity to try things, not only in the classroom, but outside of the classroom. That we had a student this year, we have a program called Cooperative Education, where students can go out. I stole it from Canada. I know you're laughing. We have students, they'll go out and they'll do a work experience in a company. And so we had this materials engineering student, and she went out and she worked, and she thought she was fantastic at materials engineering. She thought that was what she was going to do. But she went out and she ended up working for a civil engineering company. And now she's completely changed her major, and this is now her new passion, because she tried this thing. So even though she thought she knew what she was doing, even though this had been the direction that she'd been directed in, there's nothing like lived experience to tell you whether you really love something or it's really not for you. So I have a bit of a doubt with those tests.
Just to add to what you said, psychometric tests are good. They are more like an arranged marriage scenario. So you know a little bit more about what you may want to do, but there's no guarantee that works better. A better test to do is to ask the person what makes them happy. And that's a easier test to do. It doesn't cost much, and might as well try that first.
I would add to that. Go ahead.
Yeah. You see, when Einstein was studying 4th standard, teacher told this boy can't speak. You can better put them somewhere he can't study. So if Einstein was subjected to psychological test, or if you look at Winfred Oprah, so she was not doing anchoring, she failed. Or even Walt Disney, he failed, he was not, imagination and creativity is not there. So if at that age, at that time, if they were subjected to psychological test, they would have been today different based on the psychological test. So we should not go by the psychological test. It is all about, the time and situation takes you to the right direction. And today, whatever you do, as he has told, and one can move. For example, I did my engineering. Engineering, I learned a lot, but today my identity is in management. So that is why we should not get into psychology kind of thing, but it is all time will take and situation and given things automatically take the right route. For example, if we talk about in 10th, I scored highest marks in social science. And my brother put me in science in Solapur. Then I asked, where is this subject is not there? History, geography, not there. He said, no, you scored very high. That is why you can't be put in art. We are put in science. And then 11th, 10th, I scored highest, as sir told. I scored highest in biology, 96 marks, but we were 5 people from my village, and all scored very less than 45 marks in biology. They all left biology, and all other 4 left. I also left biology, and I joined geology, and maths and geology I kept in 12th, and I joined engineering. Because all others have left, I also left. So what I want to say is, it takes the turn, and finally we will go wherever we want to go.
Well, and I'd like to go back just quickly to the point about, do what makes you happy. One of the ways I've heard others ask students trying to find out is what kind of problem, like what are some of the world's problems that you would like to solve? That comes out, again, from a very different direction. And I think we're remiss if we don't allow some kind of journey, that it's an exploration. It's not from getting to point A to point B, but it's a process and it's a journey.
Can I just make a quick point?
Yes,
I think
do.
all you have to do is go back to your own life and ask yourself, if you were 18 years old, would you have been able to predict, or would any test have been able to predict where you are today? And I think the answer we all know.
Okay, I don't even have to pick who gets to speak because there are a lot of hands in the air. I want to ask who has the microphone. And I'd like to give somebody an opportunity to ask a question that hasn't yet asked a question. Is that fair?
Okay, just one moment. I just had a very, very important observation.
So we need a new person can we share the mic with somebody over here?
Sorry.
I just want to give anybody who hasn't had a chance to ask a question yet.
Sorry.
Have you asked a question already?
I have, but I have an important observation about something that was said, and I don't want to let it go.
Okay,
because
crisp.
there are,
I'm going to go for crisp. Vineet taught me to use the word crisp. And then we'll have somebody else speak who hasn't had a chance to yet. Quickly.
All right, but at some point, please
No,
allow me
very quickly and crisply.
Very crisply. So, Shalini and Seema shared something about the changing value systems, and I just want to say that we are serving children of a certain socioeconomic strata. And to say that that is happening for the entire country is not true at all. So yes, in this socioeconomic strata of overstimulated, overprotected kids, a lot of things are happening. And schools also in their own way are contributing to it. That's about it. So
Thank you
I wanted to
very
protect
much.
us from
I
that
appreciate
generalization.
that. So somebody who hasn't, I'm going to go to Samir because who's got the microphone? And you haven't spoken yet, perfect. And we're going to let's do maybe 5 more people have an opportunity. We don't need to quit right at 4. So I'm going to delegate to somebody else to pick the 5. How's that? But let's go with this one first.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. I'm Sheetal Kapoor from Viri International School. I've got 1 point to make and 2 questions to ask. The point being that in my entire experience, I see nowadays that parents are petrified of their children. So that is one thing that I'm just making a point, I'm not asking a question, because I do come across parents who are absolutely petrified of their own children. So that's one thing. Second,
and just one question. If you have 2 questions?
Now 2 questions.
Okay, just make it 1 question. I want to give an opportunity to others. Okay.
So I'll combine the question.
Very smart, thinking on her feet.
So one thing that I want to know is that children are going through preparatory classes for assessments or for preparation for engineering or medicine right from grade 8. How fair is that when we are saying that we shouldn't be boxing them? Secondly, homeschooling is trending. So what's that doing to the social fabric of the child and to the experience of experiencing failure? What is homeschooling doing? So these are my 2 questions in one go. Thank you.
Anybody want to take the 8th grade question?
On the first one, obviously, it's not the right thing to do, to have to take coaching from class 8. Unfortunately, I think there's a much larger issue that drives that in the country, and that's really a supply-demand issue. high quality institutions today in this country require an entrance test. And that's what's driving that behavior. So it's a much larger systemic issue which can't be solved by just switching that off. On the homeschooling, I think you have a better point of view.
I do think it matters a lot to have a classroom. I went to a school which was a state board school. It wasn't at all an ICSE, CBSE or an IB school. And if I given a choice again, I would go back to the same school, because on the bench that I sat, to my right was a daughter of one of the general managers from L&T at that time, Mr. Bedekar, an extremely intelligent girl and a great family, intelligent family. To my left was the son of a bootlegger. His father used to make alcohol in a brewery in the slum next to the school. When I started private practice as a pediatrician, my practice picked up very well, not because of my marks in MD, but because I could speak to any patient who came to my clinic from that area, somebody who was from an L&T, Larsen and Toubro corporate background, at the same time a parent who came from a slum. I will go back to that same school.
Very good, thank you.
I think so. A lot of points which I've been picking up. My question has been constantly evolving me, so pardon me for that if I ask a little longer question.
You could stand up and introduce yourself, please.
Samir Arora from Legacy School, Bangalore. I've been an educator for about 20 years and then a failed entrepreneur for about 8 years, and coming back to being an educator because I think that was the final calling. Coming back to Dr. Greg's point, which he mentioned in the last presentation, as institutions, as schools, can we de-link community service to incentives? We are linking it. I think so constantly, even at the school's point, like Manit said, we represent a minority of what we hear from the certain socioeconomic background, but there's a whole idea of positive reinforcement in the child, which is creating such a strong imbalance. Even if I have to tell a child in the exam that he's not done well, I have to start with 5 positive sentences and somewhere slightly slide that, okay, he needs to work hard. And as a head of department and head of school, deputy head of school, now I go through all the comments to make sure there's nothing negative there. So how do you create that balance in the social construct where there is a constant pressure from all stakeholders saying positive reinforcement, which is not helping children build resilience or any of these skills we're talking about?
Great question.
So one of the concepts that I think is really helpful is one that I learned, which is logical consequences, which is a student discovers and learns from experiencing the logical consequences of whatever happened, whatever behavior they took, and then has to deal with those logical consequences. And it's something that I think really helps in a parenting interaction. It also helps in an educational interaction, because really then the student has to learn and own the own problem and to solve that problem. So if it's a poor result on an exam, then there can be a discussion about the exam and what was why did that happen, and what was the logical consequences, and how did that work out, so that there can be a conversation there that helps the student problem solve and reflect. And I think this is one of the things that we really have to engage students in, and I think educating parents about, is how to help students learn to reflect on their own performance, how they can do better, and to be self-critical. And those are things that we really have to engage with, no matter what kind of education we're delivering.
Samir, do you have?
Whether it's you're giving a feedback to a school child or to a colleague, I think it's very important to look at it as a feedback point of view, as she mentioned. And hence, to give somebody that safe space where they'll be welcoming or open to your negative point as well, it's very good if you start by giving them a safe space by mentioning something that they did well, so they are able to take it better. That's what I would like to say.
What would you think about, again, I think of having the students and really empowering the students and giving them the opportunity first rather than you giving the feedback to say, let's look at this. What do you see in this, or what do you feel? What do you think about that approach? Right? Well, that's kind of my point. Okay, great comments. Where are we? I don't even know where the microphone is. Simmer, can you pass it over here? Over here. She's had her hand up for a very long time and has been patient.
Yeah, hi. My name is Anuradha Dravid, and I'm associated with schools in some way. So now I've been very passionate about school education for a long time, and I now recruit teachers for schools. Something which has all the time stayed with me, and I'm also a mother of two young children now, is that, if you allow children to think and take responsibility for their decisions, it always works out better. I'll give you some small instance and a little success story if you allow me. My son started his school from a convent school, and one day I was just passing through the corridor and I saw a teacher caning a student. I got scandalized and shocked, and I said, my God, caning happens in your school. He says, so what, Mama? I've got caning so many times. I said, but you never came and told me. He said, what was there to tell you? This is a regular thing. That was one. Secondly, on another occasion, I just, he didn't get good marks, and I asked him, I said, why did you not get good marks? You should have got so much so. He says, Mama, every time it is not I alone who has to get good marks, let the others also get good marks. So, it is, I think, as parents, we kind of, very early in life, we tell them or we lay these expectations, which they not necessarily think in the same way. Now, I'll tell you about this, my son, who went to school. He was an ardent cricketer. Every day, evening, he used to go and practice cricket. And he wanted to kind of be in the Indian team. That was his dream. So he went and participated in the under-16 Haryana camp. And when he went there, he saw the other colleagues. He belonged to a progressive school, studied with elite children. So everybody was using abusive language. And 2 days, he couldn't stay in the camp. He came back and he told his dad that I can't deal with this camp. So his father said that if you have to come to participate in the Indian team, these are things you have to get used to in life. This is the way it happens in India. Anyway, it was his decision. He says, no, I can't do it. So I'm going to get back to studies. He studied and he did well in his grade 12. And he got into a very good college in the university, but he didn't go to classes. He became the captain of his cricket team, and every day he would only practice cricket because he was so passionate about cricket. He passed through his college, and he was the first one to get selected in placement by one of these world-class consulting companies who came and picked him up as a research analyst. When he worked as a research analyst, 6 months down the line, he told his dad, I don't want to do research. My learning has stopped. So his father said, what do you want to do? I want to start an e-paper. He said, what do you mean by e-paper? I see India's 70% of population is only youth, and every single channel that we see in the television, we have old people talking about what's happening and what is the future of our country. So he says, how do you want to do? I have a strategy in mind. Go ahead, go and do. So he interviewed 200 students in the university campus with a questionnaire, and it just happened that everybody felt the same thing, and he started one of the e-paper, which, of course, in no time, he picked up volunteers for this, and in 2012, it was declared as United Nations Best E-Content amongst 99 countries, and he got many accolades. So the point that what I'm trying to say is that if you allow children to think and carve their own path, I'm sure they know what to do, and we don't really need to thrust anything upon them. That's what I wanted to tell you. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you. Okay, is there another one? I need somebody who hasn't spoken, right in the back with the maroon. And I should know your name, but I can't remember. Okay, then we have a microphone running.
Hi, I'm Bhavani Shankar from Omega International School in Chennai. I have an interesting take on this particular discussion. So, is it all right for us to have a very standardized definition for success and failure? So, if I set out to fail and I fail, can I call myself successful? There is this particular question because, we strongly feel these perceptions that determine what successes and failures are impact the well-being to a large extent. So when in another discussion forum we talk about individual learning plans and then look at measurable outcomes that are singularly different for every child, any progress that the child makes is successful. If he moves in academics, possibly from an abysmal bottom to one notch up, and in the eyes of, see, all of us, he's a failure, but for himself, he's a success. So can you please, see, elaborate a little bit more on it? Saying that how would every child look at himself in the path of doing something better for himself, therefore feel a lot better in the sense of well-being that he has?
That's jumped right out of my heart because I work with children with special needs, and that's what I tried to explain when I said earlier. Everything in life, what you meant by failure is not getting X amount of marks in a particular exam, mass produced for many children. According to what we defined as development, it's one milestone after the other. And I did mention there's a sequence. It doesn't matter where you reach on that sequence. A child comes to me with a developmental problem. I don't tell him what's wrong with that child. I look at what is right with the child. What normal development has the child achieved irrespective of his age? We know that if the child is 3 years old but only sitting and not running as at 3, I won't teach him running. I will teach him to stand because that's the next natural milestone. So we will work from moving him from sitting to standing. Once he goes to standing, that becomes the new X. Then you plan something to take him from X to X plus 1, that is walking. I think this, if you understand in academics, is what somebody spoke about in the morning about individualizing. And if you have to do anything with child development, whether it is motor development, social communication development, or academic development, it is this step by step. The slogan of my organization is, every child can do better, not compared to the other child of his age, but better than what she or he was doing yesterday. And the way to do it is from label to enable. So I think we must keep that in mind. Even if the child may have failed the exam paper, we need to tell him you did better compared to what you performed last time.
I'd just like to add that I think that for all of us, we're continuing to learn. Life is a journey of learning. And so I think as we model that, we continue as academics to have failures and learn from them and learn stuff and share that with our students. They will also learn that, you know, it's important to continue to learn. The motto of Monash is Ancero Impero. I am still learning. And that was said by John Monash, one of the most decorated war heroes in Australia. And it's so important to model that learning and failing and learning again and bringing your own best self in whatever you to do, in whatever you take on. That is the model that we want our students to see and take on for themselves.
Well, I think those are beautiful closing remarks, both of you, and I want to thank everybody from the bottom of my heart for sharing your perspectives, for asking many questions. What we're going to do is just continue the questions after we have, I believe, Craig, you're going to be coming up front. No, we have some, I think, some gratitude gifts to do next, is my understanding. And then we're going to move out to the atrium and have tea, and we will continue our networking, and we will continue our questions and answers. And so I'm looking, okay, there's Vanita. Am I making this up, Vanita, or am I telling any kind of truth? She's smiling. Vanita's always smiling. Well, thank you all so very, very much. Yes.
That was my post. We wrote papers together.
Recitation ceremony. Thank you, panelists.
Can we request, we had a request for a translation, I believe, of a statement that was shared by Dr. Delhi.
Yeah, thank you so much. So that was in Hindi or Hindustani or Urdu, which says, "Dhoop mein niklo, ghatao mein naha kar dekho," which literally means go out in the world, go out in the sunshine, go out in the clouds. Zindagi kya hai, kitabon ko hata kar dekho. And look at the world beyond books or academics, which is a metaphor for what is already known and safe and secure. And then it says, fasla nazaro ka dhoka bhi to ho sakta hai, which means if you and I don't see eye to eye, it could be a misunderstanding. It doesn't mean we don't really agree with each other. Wo mile ya na mile, haath bada kar dekho. So whether you achieve your goal or even if you don't achieve your goal, let that not stop you from stepping ahead. Is that all right? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sameer Dalwai. May I request, before we have the felicitation program, for the closing words from a person who doesn't usually indulge in too much of talking. Mr. Ganesh Kohli, please.
All right, thank you, Rupa. From Big Daddy to I don't know what not you've called me today, but I take it all. Along with all the obstacles I have to get out of my way, like Craig said this morning, the remover of obstacles, I have to remove these labels as well. I've been asked multiple times through the networking breaks today, what next? And really, IC3 is not about hosting glamorous events. We want to see this change reach the last student, in the last school, in the last village, the rural pockets of the country. I don't know if you know, but this year we did regional forums in Ranchi, in Raipur, in Baramati, in Erode, in Tamil Nadu. We're going where we are needed. And therefore, this is, yes, we are in Mumbai, but Mumbai is not India, Mumbai is not the world, Mumbai is just one space. These 4 or 5 days are really important. They give a lot of impetus to the movement every year, but we do a lot of different things. So what next after today? Firstly, the next 2 days are really, really going to be productive. We are expecting about 1,000 people to be there over the next 2 days at the Grand Hyatt, where we have the annual conference. So if any of us, I know we're all school leaders and we're running very busy schedules, but if you haven't already planned to be there and you can change, some of your program and be there, I know many of us are already going to be there, but please join us for the next 2 days. Join in on those conversations. Year 1, 2016, we had IC3 here, we had fence sitters. Year 2, we had IC3 in Delhi, we had participants. Year 3, we had IC3 in Delhi, we had immersion. Year 4 with IC3 back in Mumbai, we have transformation. Things are transforming, and all the mocking that I got in the first 2 years is gone. I was told this is unreal, your numbers are not based out of Fermi problems that have been solved. I said, no, I've read about Fermi and I know physics and I taught math. And when I say 176,000 schools will have counseling in 15 years, I mean it. They said, no, it's not possible. I said, when things get organic, anything is possible. It doesn't take time. Just like plague can spread, so can counseling in every school. And so we are getting there, and we really need all of us to act. So what is our call to action from here? As a school, you can host a regional forum. We just finalized that we are doing a regional forum in Pune. We have regional forum finalized for next year on the 11th of February in Mauritius. I'm not going for a holiday, I promise you. Nobody from IC3 is going to Mauritius for the holiday. But we have a regional forum because Africa is calling. And they're inviting people from Zimbabwe. We are going where we are being called. And therefore, if you are a school and you have the resources, just like the American school has shown today through their opening their hearts, their doors, and have looked after us so wonderfully. If you have a school, a campus, you can allow for this to happen on your campus. For the local schools, please host an IC3 regional forum. This happens from January through till May. We have 30 of these forums that we'll do next year. We expect to do 40 odd the year after. At one point, we expect to do 100 regional forums from Jan to May in every part of the world. Next year, we are doing one in Brazil. We are doing several in India, and we already have the one in Kathmandu finalized and so on. So please participate as a school. The other question to ask is, where are the career and college counselors? People have been asking me, where do I hire from? Well, there aren't any to hire. Good news. What we are seeing is an organic growth only in the salaries of the existing career and college counselors. And then the organic growth becomes so much that they then start to set up private practices outside, and then you have the famous admission scandal happen. Because we are really serving, career and college counseling is not about sending students abroad. Career and college counseling is not about driving mobility out of their home countries. Career and college counseling is about providing guidance from an early point in school. And it's a school function. So if we really want to make schools powerhouses, we need schools to come forward and train their people. We have the graduating cohort tomorrow of the IC3 Institute. It's a one-year certificate program. 4 weeks of residential teaching at 4 of the best universities in India and many new universities joining in. Ashoka University, OP Jindal University, Shiv Nadar University and Ahmedabad University hosted a residential week each last year, and we are graduating the first batch. So 4 weeks of residential teaching, year-long online teaching, and you've got people from Morgan Stanley teaching in that program. They finish up in this year with a certificate in career and college counseling. Who can do this program? Only full-time employees of schools. Allow your teacher to go out for those 4 weeks. 1 week every quarter, and they'll do 5 hours every week or 3 hours of online work. You build your counseling department as this person is going through the education, because the answer is there are no trained counselors out there. We've got to train them. So our mission is to train 100,000 counselors in 15 years. Again, 100,000 sounds a big number, but this is possible to do. It is going to take 15 years, and the IC3 Institute has set out to do that ourselves. We want to be the Khan Academy for career and college counseling. And really, this one-year program, guess what the cost is? Zero. Zero. With the accommodation and the meals, we are here to serve as IC3. We really want people to come forward and serve. Join one of the committees. We want you to participate. We all become part of this movement. We've gone past the phase of spectators. So all of this is a big IC3 family. A big hug to all of you. Much love. Thank you, Craig. Thank you, Fiona. Thank you, Jody, for bringing me here. Vanita. And then Michelle and Rupa, you rock stars. Well done. Thank you very much.
They had to really earn their gifts. None of these people who leave early. Go ahead, Rupa. You can tell this is well rehearsed, right?
Thank you. And thank you for doing it at our school. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, these are... Okay. Thank you so much for being here. And it's been a pleasure rehearsing this. And the one piece of the puzzle that wasn't planned for. So I'll walk first. Just, no, give me one. I have to give you one. So Ganesh, you give me one, I give you one. Okay.
The two prime ministers giving each other. Oh, that was beautiful. That was beautiful. Okay, Rupa and I are going to copy you. We're going to copy. That worked well.
Well done. Big round of applause for these ladies.